Good morning, friends and enemies. I think I'm actually ready now. This is take number 5. That's right, take number 5. Think I'm ready to make this happen. Here's the disclaimers. Number 1, this is not going to be linear. It would take me hours to organize this in some sort of linear fashion. It's not going to happen. Probably most of you know why this is taking place. If you're a YouTube subscriber and for some bizarre reason you don't subscribe to my fucking podcast, but you subscribe to my YouTube channel, I don't understand that, but you know, it's fine. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm not calling you a gamma with a capital G. I just don't understand why you would subscribe to my YouTube channel but not subscribe to the podcast. Go to the website, cynlibsoc.com, sub to the podcast. So the Greasy Pole, number 6,000,010, the Only 3 Sigmas episode, will explain to you the origin of everything I'm going to talk about today and while I'm talking about it. Next, the person we're talking about, Vox Day, otherwise known as Theodore something, otherwise known as Theo, otherwise known as Teddy Spaghetti to his friends. That's why I'm going to call him Teddy throughout all of this. Teddy Spaghetti, so Teddy Spaghetti has done good things. He's a smart person. And I know about him because, so many years ago, Adam Pickett turned me on to his site, and I've read a lot of his stuff. Teddy is a Christian. You know, as we all know, I'm an atheist. But because I don't want to get ahead of myself, because I'm not a shithead, right? I can engage in discussions with people I disagree with. I can listen to things they've... So anyhow, look, Teddy's done some good stuff. I have right here in my hand, dead tree copies. Hear that? That was the pages flipping past. Dead tree copies of SJW's Always Double Down, Anticipating the Thought Police, and SJW's Always Lie, Taking Down the Thought Police, 2 books written by Vox Day, otherwise known as Teddy Spaghetti. These are great books. I completely, this is not sarcasm, guys. This is not sarcasm. I 100% recommend that you purchase and read these books. They're very good. They are an excellent analysis of social justice warrior behavior. And Fox is a smart person. He's written a lot of very intelligent stuff, and we're going to go into that. It is interesting that he says they always double down, the SJWs that is, because there might be some projection going on because Vox is doubling down. He's doubling down hard. Now, I'm talking about this because it does matter. And I want to be very, very, very clear about something right up front. I am not so much attacking Teddy Spaghetti's ideas. He's repeated a lot of ideas from other people, and that's fine. I mean, I repeat things from other people too. He's had some good ideas of his own. Many of his ideas are very, very solid. So I want to be absolutely clear with you. I am not attacking Teddy Spaghetti's ideas in this podcast / video. I am attacking him. I am attacking him personally. This is a personal attack. Are we all clear on this? This is not that gay shit where someone goes on the internet and does personal attacks and goes, well, I'm attacking your ideas. No, I'm not attacking his ideas. I'm attacking him. And I'm attacking him because these things matter. When I was in the military, we were all sitting around, the enlisted men, we were all sitting around bitching one day. We were bitching about something. It's something that had come down from up higher. And our NCOs were there and we were bitching about it. And finally, one of us made this declaration, well, something, oh, fuck it. I don't care. And one of the NCOs said to us, well, obviously you do. He said, if you do care, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't be complaining about it. And it's true. When people complain about, nobody actually complains about something they don't care about. I complain about niggers because I care about getting rid of them. I complain about homosexuals because I care about getting rid of them. Complain about the Jews. Do I care about that? Oh, I care. I do care. And I thought to myself, Vox would know this. Our friend Teddy would know this if he was ever in the military. And I thought, was Teddy ever in the military? Did Teddy serve in the military? So I went to the source of all wisdom, Google, and I typed it in. Guys, no, Vox Day, born Theodore Robert Beale, did not serve in the military. Of course he didn't, because the more people talk shit, the less likely it is they've ever been in the military. One of the first things we learned in the military was that the guy in the dining hall who's talking about being a Navy SEAL is not a Navy SEAL. Those who do the most talk the least. Teddy's got a big mouth. He didn't serve in the military. His background is in video game design. Ooh, video game design. That field, I was going to say the field that's been invaded by women where they've destroyed everything. But I have to be honest, because I'm not a Sigma, I have to be honest, women have invaded and destroyed everything, including the military, because we men have allowed them to do this. All right, let's get into this. Here we go. We might be here for a while. All of this originates with the socio-sexual hierarchy. And all these links will be in the show notes. If you're on the Odysee or the YouTube, there'll be a link to the show notes on my website in the video notes. All these links will be there. The alpha. So first we need to categorize people. This is always important, is to categorize people. The alpha, the tall, good-looking guy, the center of male and female attention, blah, blah, blah. The bravo, the good-looking, blah, blah, blah. I don't think I'm going to read all this unless we need. The delta, the normal guy, blah, blah. Then there's the gamma. See, the gamma is very important, as we're going to learn. The gamma is very important to Teddy, because anyone who disagrees with Teddy is a gamma. So let's examine Teddy's analysis of what is the gamma with a capital G. The introspective, the usual, the unusual, I can't read. The introspective, the unusual, the unattractive, and the all too often the bitter. I added an extra they are in there. I don't know why. And all too often the bitter. Gammas are often intelligent, usually unsuccessful with women, and not uncommonly all but invisible to them. Not uncommonly all but... Okay, so let me jump in. All of his writing is done with AI. You can tell that because number one, it's not very good. And number two, we'll see why. That he's obsessed with AI. He's obsessed with calling anyone who disagrees with him a gamma. And he's obsessed with AI. All right, moving on. The gamma alternates between placing women on pedestals and hating the entire sex. This mostly depends upon whether an attractive woman happened to notice his existence or not that day. Too introspective for their own good, gammas are the men who obsess over individual women for extended periods of time and supply the ranks of stalkers, psycho-jealous ex-boyfriends, and the authors of excruciatingly romantic rhythmic doggerel. Excruciatingly romantic rhythmic dog. That's an interesting phrase considering some of the things we're going to see from Teddy as we go forth in this series here. In the unlikely event they are at a party, They are probably in the corner muttering darkly about the behavior of everyone else there. Oh, that's also funny. Okay, man, this is great. I haven't read most. I don't need to. I'm completely freeballing this. I do have a couple of pages of notes, but this is going to write itself. This is literally going to write itself. I did not need AI to help me do this. Gammas tend to have a worship-hate relationship with women, the current direction of which is directly tied to their present situation. However, they are sexual rejects, not social rejects. And then we have the sigma. The sigma is the outsider who doesn't play the social game and manage to win at who doesn't play the social game and Wait, what? The outsider who doesn't play the social game and manage to win at it anyhow. You mean the outsider who doesn't play the social game and manages to win at it anyhow? Okay, Teddy, this is your foundational blog post. This is the first post over here at sigmagame.substack.com. This is the subject of your latest book. You didn't fucking proofread this. You're using AI. Okay, guys, we got to go. We got to get ahead. Okay, AI makes you smarter. This is substack.aicentral.blog. This is by fucking Teddy Spaghetti, okay? AI makes you smarter. By the way, so this is his idealized version. So I told you this is going to write itself, guys. This is going to fucking write itself. Okay, here we are. Nope, that's not it. Page up, page up, page up. All right, so just so you see this at the same time. This is Teddy's idealized version of himself. Notice the chiseled features. Notice the defined biceps. This is Teddy in real life. Now listen, let me be very clear. This is a personal attack on Teddy Spaghetti. This is a personal attack that I am engaging in. But I don't need to lie. Because when you're right, when you're actually right, when you're factually, empirically correct about things the way I am, you don't have to lie. In the Greasy Poll, I said that Teddy was kind of pudgy and bald. And, I mean, he's a little bit pudgy. And he is bald. But he's actually not a bad-looking person. I mean, I've seen much uglier humans than Theo. And he's not that, he's 50-something years old. I mean, he's got arms. I mean, he looks like he could pick up heavy objects. Okay, but he doesn't look like this. Now, who is it that takes pictures of themselves and puts them through filters and AI to enhance their attractiveness in order to impress other people? Who does that? Well, that would be women. And men who do things that women do, like posting AI-enhanced photographs of themselves on the internet to impress other people, that's what we call effeminate. Now, see, his whole shtick as being a Sigma, and see, he's over here. So here he is. Here's his idealized self with the defined biceps and the more chiseled facial features. He's over here doing some complex math. See, there's a little Sigma sign. Oh, he's a Sigma. There's a Sigma. See, he's doing math. Wow. And look, here's the 4 idealized AIs, because he's all about AI. Here's the AI standing around watching him in awe because he's so Sigma. He is the most massive Sigma you've ever seen in your life. He's so Sigma. This is a woman posting a selfie on Instagram after she's put it through a filter. This is effeminate. This is everything we've got to cover today. We're going to be, you saw those tabs scrolling by. We might be here for a while. I have a glass of expensive whiskey. It's going to help me along. I don't know what's going to help you. Okay, here we go. Baseline human IQ, AI collaborator IQ. So he's doing, look, you add some AI now, then some red team AI stress testers. He has 3 additional AIs. See, there's just 4 AIs. He has 3 additional AIs focused on pushing reasoning limits, exposing flaws. Teddy, I'm in the zone now. I can't even talk. My brain is going 17 times faster than my mouth. Teddy, you have never exposed yourself to anyone exposing your flaws in your life. You couldn't handle it if you had to. You are so emotionally fucking fragile. You are desperate for attention and validation, as we will see that as we go through the myriad of tabs that are up here. You are so desperate for attention and validation. You are like a 14-year-old girl. So effective IQ after red teams, 205. Effective IQ ceiling, 205. Teddy Spaghetti, literally Hitler. In short, your human plus 4 AI network is effectively operating at an IQ of 205. Teddy, literally Hitler, thinks he is operating at an IQ of 205. I'm filing this over there to keep track of what I'm doing. Teddy, can your 205 fucking IQ proofread the goddamn sentences on your fucking foundational blog post on your fucking website? Do you understand what I'm saying, guys? I'm not criticizing his idea. I'm not criticizing. I'm insulting and attacking him personally. I'm attacking Theodore. I'm not attacking his categories. His categories, I think, are pretty fucking valid. Teddy Spaghetti, is an insecure, effeminate attention whore. So he thinks he's a Sigma, in case this hasn't been clear yet from the fact that his website is titled Sigma Game. Now, what is game? Game is something you do to women to get them to have sex with you. Okay? What is it? Where is it? Sigmas like women, but tend to be contemptuous of them. It's contemptuous. I can't say that word. Contemptuous. There we go. 3rd time's the charm. His website is named after Sigma, because he thinks he's a Sigma, and game, trying to get women to have sex with you. But you see, he's indifferent to women because he's contemptuous of them. The outsider who doesn't play the social game and manages to win at it anyhow. The Sigma is hated by alphas because Sigmas are the only men who don't accept or at least acknowledge, however grudgingly, their social dominance. Everyone else is vaguely confused by them. Yes, Teddy, you're so confusing. You're so deep. See, this is also effeminate. Women think, well, men just can't understand us women because we're so complex. No. I agree. Women cannot be understood. Because as I've said for years now, I don't understand women. That's because there's nothing to understand. Women are not complex. There's nothing to understand. There's no complexity. Women are ruled by their emotions. Their emotions change in the moment. There's no complexity. It's just pure chaoticness. It's emotional chaos. There's nothing to understand. Teddy thinks he's confusing. We're just confused by him because he's so Sigma. No one can figure him out. In a social situation, the sigma is the man who stops in briefly to say hello to a few friends, accompanied by a tier 1 girl that no one has ever seen before. He's got these tier 1 women. Does that mean what? Does she work for a nonprofit? Does she have a rescue fur baby? I mean, what the fuck is a tier 1 girl that no one's ever seen before? Sigmas like women, but tend to be contemptuous of them. Because, normal people, something they're contemptuous of, they surround themselves with the things they contempt. I mean, I'm contempted by faggots. I hang out with fags all the time. I'm contemptuous of niggers. That's why I go out seeking nigger friends. They are usually considered to be strange, but cool. Teddy thinks he's cool. Gammas often like to think they are sigmas, failing to understand that sigmas are not social rejects. They are at the top of the social hierarchy despite their refusal to play by its rules. Now, if you go and you read through all of this, his taxonomy of behavior in males here, again, I mostly agree with it. I think this is pretty accurate. I think it's useful. You will notice that at all points in here, though, and it makes sense, it's the socio-sexual hierarchy. So the defining point in these things is how is the man perceived by women. So we come down here and he writes this. Now, it is important to keep in mind that it serves absolutely no purpose to identify yourself in some manner you think is better or higher up in the hierarchy. Higher up the hierarchy. This is coming from a man who has identified himself as a sigma. So you see, for him to identify himself as a sigma is okay, but if you want to come along and try to identify yourself in the hierarchy, well, there's no point. Because you see, no one cares what you think you are. And your opinion about your place in the social hierarchy is probably the opinion that matters least. Unless you're Teddy Spaghetti, in which case everyone cares that you're a sigma. And Teddy's opinion about where he is on the hierarchy, well, it's the one that matters the most. There's no good or bad here. There's no good or bad, guys. This is why, if you disagree with him, the first thing he does is he calls you a gamma with a capital G. There's no good or bad, but I'm going to use gamma as an insult to anyone who disagrees with me because, you see, gammas over here, sigmas, where is it? Gammas like to think they are sigmas. See, I'm Teddy. I'm a sigma. You're not a sigma. Teddy's only known, we'll get to this. See, it's not going to be linear. Teddy's known 2 other sigmas in his whole life. There are men he went to college with, and both of them could have been male models because their bodies were so attractive. They had such great bodies, and their faces were so beautiful. These 2 sigmas that didn't play by the rules were so physically attractive. They could have been male models. And these are the only other 2 sigmas I've ever known in my life. And there's nothing homoerotic about any of this whatsoever. This is totally normal because normal men always talk about each other in the sense of, well, I know this man who could be a male model. This is totally how heterosexual men identify and describe other men. I know I talk all the time about how other men I know could be male models. I never talk about they're intelligent or they can rebuild an engine or they went whitewater rafting for years and years of their lives or they've written a bunch of books. No. I often commentate about other men I know, just about how much they could be male models. Yes, this is what normal heterosexual men do. There's no good or bad, right? That's why I use the label, the taxonomy gamma, as an insult to anyone who disagrees with me. There's only what happens in an observable, there's only what happens to be observable in social interaction. Consider alphas seemingly rule the roost, and yet they live in a world of constant conflict and status testing. Well, yes, because they're interacting with women. If you interact with women, there's going to be conflict, and she's always going to be testing your status. Sigmas usually acquire their outsider status the hard way. One seldom becomes immune to the social hierarchy by virtue of mass popularity in one's childhood. Bravos, okay, Bravos have it pretty good, but the important thing to keep in mind is that you can't improve your chances of success in the social game if you begin by attempting to deceive yourself as to where you stand vis-a-vis everyone else around you. Important, please note that if your attempted contributions to the discourse here is to inquire what SS rank you are, you will be banned. No one cares who you are, and if you're focused on yourself, you have completely missed the point utility SSA. Okay, no one cares what you are. And if you're focusing on yourself, then you've missed the utility and the point. And this is why Theo's going to make sure we all know he's a Sigma, because no one cares what you are. And if you're focusing on yourself, if you're writing blog posts about how your IQ is effectively 205 because you have 4 AI girlfriends, well, then you're missing the point and the utility of what this is all about. Let me file that over there. Let me zap this over here. So on the podcast, and by the way, so I tried to find the post where he talks about the male models. I can't find it, but I asked the Google AI, and we know AI is right. Vox uses the fuck out of AI. In his original breakdown, Vox described knowing 2 Sigmas in college who possessed the appearance of male models, but operated entirely outside the standard social hierarchy, indifferent to mainstream status. So this would have been, Vox is 50-something years old. That's my understanding. Hang on, let's find out. Let's find out. Let's ask our AI girlfriend. Wait, how do I ask my AI girlfriend? Here we go. How old is Vox? '57. So he was college age about the same time that I was college age. No, I don't need to know about his career history. Only women have careers. Men have skill sets. Men have professions. Women have careers. So he was a college age. So these 2 Sigmas were indifferent to mainstream status and outside the social hierarchy. So when Vox and I were 20 years old, that would describe homosexual men. Because homosexuality was not celebrated and accepted the way it is today. This is very homoerotic. All right, moving on. Oh, and here's this quote. Sigma is a rounding error. I have personally known a grand total of 2 other definite Sigmas. So way down here, we got a comment from Kate. Kate says this. I mean, to be fair, I think the girl at the 7-Eleven giving you a Slurpee probably has a pretty good read on where you're currently at on the SSH, for whatever that's worth. And she's right, because here's the thing. Here's what Adam pointed out to me, and I agree with this. Theo's SSH is based on as a man's interaction with women. And how he is perceived by women. Which means that a woman's opinion of where you are on the SSH is actually the only one that counts. If it's based on how women perceive you, then women's perception of you is what's going to put you on the SSH. You can get together with your 4 AI girlfriends and, do some AI porn all you want, but you're not a Sigma. Kate then goes on to say, and this is beautiful, the Sigma sounds a lot like the elusive and magical snow leopard, the male version of a unicorn, at least according to other men. I have never heard of the snow leopard expression before, but that's brilliant, and I'm going to use the fuck out of it. Snow leopard. That is great. All right, where do I even want to go from here? So how did all of this start? So Adam wrote a post in response to Vox's SSH, and Adam said that he thought the application of the SSH is evil in the sense that it is used to keep people from changing. So then this Kurgan guy, he did a post on a similar topic, and Adam put a comment over here. Okay. And so Adam says, hey, I agree with this. Vox use as too simplistic, restrictive, blah, blah, blah. And I look for his book. Okay, so now I got a bunch going on here. We're not reading all this. Links will be in the show notes. A few points. I didn't state the SSH is evil. Rather, Vox's use of it to destroy hope in men is evil. Once a gamma, always a gamma, and all that. Right? Vox did not just classify people. He explicitly uses it to silence his critics. In other words, he explicitly uses it to make personal attacks on people while making the claim he's not making a personal attack. This is very important. This is why I open this by telling you, guys, I am not attacking Teddy Spaghetti's ideas. I am not a fucking gamma like he is. I am telling you, like a man, to your fucking face, I am attacking him personally. I do not need to lie about what I am doing. I am not effeminate. I do not need to use subterfuge and backstabbing. I am not effeminate. I am attacking Teddy Spaghetti right to his face. Furthermore, if he responds to this, I'm not going to respond to any response he makes because I don't need to double down like an SJW or a gamma or an effeminate snow leopard. Adam says, I too have critics. People leave stupid comments. What I don't do is attempt to publicly psychoanalyze them with my own made-up social classification system. There is much truth in the SSH that I do not dispute. I agree. Once again, I'm not attacked. His SSH is, I think it's useful. I think it's very accurate. Adam says, my second point is men can change. Men can rise from great personal adversity, overcome childhood trauma is often what you overcome that defines who you are as a man. I agree, environment as a child is great to do. So then Teddy shows up. Change what? I've never said men cannot change. Men can certainly change their behavior. They can change their outcomes, but they will never be rid of their internal behavior patterns or instinctive reactions that drive them. A gamma is always a gamma in the same way that an alcoholic is always an alcoholic and relapse is always waiting. An alcoholic is not always an alcoholic. I've talked about that in depth. I don't have time to go into that now. Great one. So you're going to go down a path, but you're not going to support. No, because we have, do you see all these fucking tabs up here I have to talk about? Do you see how much ground? I don't have time to go into detail on every fucking thing I'm going to toss out. Fox, there is no possibility of change or renewal of one's behavioral patterns after a certain point in one's life. That's an observable fact. Here's the thing. I think Teddy really Teddy really likes this fact that nothing can change, that no one can escape their SSH. Because here's the thing. First of all, Teddy is afraid. Teddy is afraid of other people competing with him. That's why he wants to classify you as not being a Sigma snow leopard like he is. And then he wants to make sure you can't stop being a Sigma snow leopard. Wait, you can't stop not being. Sorry, I don't have 4 AI girlfriends to correct my language as I'm going. Bear with me. Or don't bear with me. See, I don't give a shit. I don't need you to watch this video or listen to this podcast. I don't fucking care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't need your attention or your validation. I don't put AI enhanced pictures of myself on the internet with biceps that are larger than they actually are. I don't need your fucking validation. Okay? I'm not a snow leopard. Teddy wants people to be locked into their categories because it means that once he's categorized you as a gamma with a capital G, there's no danger of you becoming a snow leopard like he is. But more importantly, if people are locked into their SSH, now that he's categorized himself as a snow leopard, there's no chance that he can ever not be a snow leopard. And that terrifies the fuck out of him. Waking up one morning and discovering that he's actually a gamma who thinks he's a snow leopard, I guarantee you he has nightmares about that. Absolute he wakes up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat. And you say, great one, you're just saying this as a personal attack. Yes, and we'll see where I get it from as we go. See all the tabs up here that we're going to look at? All right. Tosh, you don't believe it. You're writing it to justify yourself. You put people in a box. You tell them they can't get out of it, blah, blah. Savak shows up. You're a liar. Liar about what? These are opinions. There's no lying. I have no need to justify myself. Guys, he has an entire website dedicated to justifying himself. He just wrote a book about the SSH dedicated to justifying the SSH, which he invented and he has categorized himself in at the very top tier and which he's heavily invested in, and now he's justifying all of this on the internet. Of course you have a need to justify yourself. If you need to justify yourself, why do you have this website justifying yourself? Which is how I and everyone else can see that you're a gamma male. Here's the name calling with capital G. We already knew that from your gentleman adventurer handle. That's how totally obvious these things are. And there we have it. Another entry in the best-selling hit, Everyone Who Disagrees With Me is a Gamma. And handle translates as voice of God. Then we go into this discussion about what fucking Fox Day translates into. And then the Krugen shows up, and now we're going into, well, what Latin means and humility before God and all this other shit. No one fucking cares. Now fucking Theodore shows up again. Precisely 2 people have immediately grasped the significance of the pen name. Oh my God, your pen name, it's so deep. Your internet gaming handle, it's so, you're so Snow Leopard. Oh my God, Teddy, you're so Snow Leopard. Your fucking internet gaming handle is just so Latin into Greek that the rest of us can't keep up with you. But you see, the smart boys, capitalized, the smart boys always assume they know things even when they observably don't. We'll come back to that. The smart boys who think they know things even when they don't. Then then we get real. So now Adam now becomes a retard. See, fortunately, there's no name calling going on here. This is pure taxonomy. Is this you, Mr. Piggott? Is this why you're so desperate to believe in a man's ability to change his behavior? So then here's the thing about somebody who lives in England named Adam Piggott. This is effeminate. Adam is 50-something years old, and he lives in Italy. Teddy Spaghetti literally, let's prove this. Tab. I think DuckDuckGo is my... No, this should go straight to Google. Adam Piggott. Adam Piggott. All right, Substack. By the way, this whole conversation is taking place on Substack, right? This conversation thread. You can literally click on Adam Piggott and like find out who he is. It's right there. You don't have to type his name into Google. My God, how long have I been here? Oh my God, we're 40 minutes in. I've still got all these tabs to go. I'm going to fucking die. Mathematical science, books, man jail. Here we go. We just type Adam Piggott into Google and we look down the list. What's the first thing that comes up that's negative? There it is. Well, this must be Adam Piggott. How is this? Well, he disagrees with me, and he's a gamma. And he can't figure out women because these gammas, they just can't understand women. Teddy literally typed Adam's name into Google and then clicked on the first fucking thing that came up that didn't look like a complimentary listing. And this is what he decided. This is what women do. This is effeminate. My God, this is going to take way longer than I realized. We're going to be here for a long time. Oh my God. So yeah, no, this is not the person, you fucking moron. All right. That's sort of why we're here. Oh, my God. I kind of want to do this now. I kind of want to do that last. All right. So anyway, so now, because snow leopards always double down. Someone should write that book. Snow leopards always double down. Teddy then doubles down. After the name calling in the comment section and everything else, Teddy comes over here and writes a whole post about someone on the internet disagreeing with him. Guys, okay, he's a Sigma. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? He's a Sigma. Where's Sigmas? I got it over here. Sigma, he doesn't play the social game. They're strange, failing. They're the top of the social hierarchy. The Sigma, someone disagreed with him on the internet. Someone critiqued his ideas on the internet. Not only did he have to leave multiple insulting comments in the comment section, he then has to show up. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I know. I told you guys this is not going to be linear. I was not lying to you. Unlike Teddy, I have self-awareness. When this started, I told you straight the fuck up. This was not going to be linear. If you don't like my presentation, you can stop listening. I'm popping over. I'm on the other screen. Oh my God, I hate these things. Has Vox showed up over on Adam's site yet to post a comment there? Adam's Substack. I'm looking. XYZ. No, he hasn't. All right. So when you're a snow leopard, you operate outside of the normal hierarchy in society and all this other stuff because you're cool. You're so fucking cool. You're way too fucking cool for school. And so he's now written an entire post basically about this. Attracted a gamma in his comment there, a gamma who did say, well, yes, it's just an insult. He uses the word gamma the way I use words like tranny, retard, faggot, Jew, nigger, kike. How can we be certain that it was a gamma? How can we be certain it was a gamma? First, there's the inevitable walls of text. The walls of text, guys, because this guy with Teddy, with his IQ of 205, has never engaged in a wall of text. None of that. Hold on. I'm losing shit. Here we go. Second, because attempting to pile onto someone else's critique while simultaneously changing the subject entirely. Was that what gammas do? Changing the subject entirely. We start off with Adam thinks the SSH is evil, and Vox gets around to, Adam, you're retarded, and look, you were arrested for criminal behavior and hacking and shit. Third, the guy literally calls himself the gentleman adventurer. All right, hang on. Fuck. I hate my life. I got to bring this other tab back. So Adam is a gamma because he calls himself the gentleman adventurer. So now what is it that Theodore is calling himself? God. So Theodore allegedly stands for God adorer. Vox Populi, the voice of the people, as for the name Vox Dei. What? Like, okay. So wait, you think you adore God and you're the voice of the people? This is one thing. Is this what snow leopards do? Do snow leopards sit around on the internet all day? God, I could be out hiking right now. I could be doing a whole slew of things. I could be reading a good book. Even though I'm having a great time doing this, at the same time, this is such a waste of my life. Is this what fucking snow leopards do? Do they sit around trying to figure out what their name means in Latin and trying to come up with fucking gay gamer handles? That the voice of the people? Teddy, you're not the voice of me. Okay? You're not the voice of me. It's like all these fat women. You're not the president of me. Teddy, you're not my voice. So then we just reproduce the comment section here, because that's a good, easy, cheap way to pad out the length of your post, is just to copy and paste something somewhere else on the internet. Your theology is based entirely on your own feelings, blah, 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 because there's no feelings in any of Teddy's writing here. There's your lying, there's your sentence. Okay, gammas are going to gamma, and they never change, even if they do sometimes develop sufficient self-discipline to stop giving into their disastrous instincts. If this is the same Adam Piggott, I don't know, if you, with your IQ of 205 and your 4 AI girlfriends, could fact check your own information, you would know this is not the same Adam Piggott. But you see, Teddy can't be bothered to fact check his accusations that he throws at other people on the internet, because he's so snow leopard. Snow leopards operate outside normal social parameters. You and I, we're just confused by snow leopard behavior, because with his IQ of 205, he's up there with the Jews. He's one of the smartest people on earth. We just can't understand why somebody with an IQ of 205 and 4 AI girlfriends can't fact check some fucking information before he throws it on the internet and embarrasses himself. This is effeminate. See, ideally, a gamma should concern himself with becoming a better behaved, more tolerable gamma. See, you can't change your place on the SSH, so you should just try to become the best gamma you can be, because you can never compete with me, because once I've labeled you as a gamma, and I've labeled myself as a snow leopard, you can never be a snow leopard like I am. So then he had to write another post the next day. So this is tripling down. Now he has to write another post, and I'm not going to read you, where he's talking about how, well, that self-improvement isn't status. This is a direct response to Adam saying that you are not locked into one place on the SSH. You can move beyond it. This is a direct response to that. Even though it doesn't mention Adam or his critique or anything else, this is a direct response to that. We have now tripled down. I mean, I guess really quadrupled down. The first down was responding in the comments section and calling Adam retarded. Then the second was taking the comments and turning to block. And this is the tripling. We've tripled. No. Oh, no. The first. Fuck. Numbers. Sorry, guys. I don't have an IQ at 205. This is really difficult for me. I'm just a lowly gamma. I can't help it. It doesn't matter what number it is. It's effeminate. I glanced at this. I didn't even read it. I don't need to read it. We're not going to waste our time on that one. All right, what do we got? Where do I want to jump in? Empowering the sigma. So here's another representation of this. This is obviously not Teddy. So I'm going to assume, this is an assumption. I admit that. It's an assumption that this is one of the male models he went to college with. And you see the sigmas. Where is it? Where is it? I got to find it. I want to get the words right. See, sigmas like women, but they're contemptuous of them. So you can see the contempt on the male model sigma's face right here, right? You can see the contempt as he looks at his AI girlfriends. He published a book that he translated, edited, formatted, and designed the cover. You translated the book from what, English? What book did you... God, the pop-ups. What book did you translate? He's done all the... All right, here's my perspective. Cyber toxic. Oh. Oh shit, where's my audio going? Nowhere. I need audio. Fuck. Hang on, I gotta figure out where my audio is going. I know what you're saying. Weren't you supposed to do this before you started recording? The answer to that is yes. Let's see if I have any audio. Don't have any audio. Hey, there it is. Nightmares corrode the meat of your mind. You cling to analog. Leave the future behind. You cling to analog. You leave the future behind. Here's my perspective on the anti-AI creative crowd. This is this obsession with AI. This is another little litmus test. This is up there with the WooVax. Oh, hang on. What? Where the fuck is... There it is. Why can I... All right, so he's not a woo-vaxxer, which doesn't surprise me too much. But this whole weird obsession with AI and having to do everything with it, and anyone who doesn't just embrace... Once again, anyone who's not like me... Okay, this is also effeminate. What is the woman worldview? The woman worldview, because women view themselves as the cosmos. Women see themselves as the center of everything. Everything revolves around them. Everything is relative to them. Whereas men, masculine men, we understand that we are part of the cosmos. And we see ourselves in relation to everything else as a part of a whole. Women see themselves as the whole. For women, the only things that exist are the things that they have had an emotional experience of. And the reality of that thing or that person or that event or that happenstance that she has emotionally processed, her only understanding of it is based upon her emotions. And thus, women assume that everyone else has the same worldview that they have. And when a woman discovers that any part of your worldview is different from some part of her worldview, well, that makes you bad. That makes you evil. That makes you misogynist. Or if you're a snow leopard and you think that your worldview is the only one that's allowable, anyone who doesn't have your worldview is, of course, a gamma. And anyone who's not embracing AI like you are to make shitty fucking pop music song. Like, what is the point? What is the point of this song? This AI created song about how people who are opposed to AI are a bunch of fucking losers. What's the point of this? How can you leave the future behind? The future is in front of you. You'll never hear while your talents decay in a prison of fear. See, fear. You're afraid. This is what women do. Oh, you don't want to celebrate homosexuals? You're homophobic. See, you're afraid. You don't want Muslims living in your city? You're Islamophobic. You're afraid of them. See, anything you don't embrace the way I embrace it, you're afraid of it. This is a woman emotional manipulation tactic. This is effeminate. Paradise. AI is paradise. You're trading paradise. What are we trading paradise for? Jacked out, burned out, avoiding the shell, trading paradise for a handcrafted hell. Handcrafted hell. Oh my, holy shit. I haven't listened to this. I haven't. An AI generated thing is paradise. A handcrafted thing is hell. This tells you everything you need to know about his understanding of things. That which is generated by a computer is paradise. That which is analogly handcrafted by a human is hell. Okay, all of his blog posts are written by AI. All right, I wasn't really intending to listen to this entire 2 minutes and 17 seconds of AI slop, but now I want to hear the rest of these lyrics. Hold on, what the hell? Let me see what this link goes to. Did I lose? Okay. I'm an IQ 205 snow leopard, but I have links on my website that go to dead stuff. Unauthorized TV. Oh, how fucking gay. Unauthorized TV. Look how edgelord I am, guys. Look how snow leopard I am. I have videos on unauthorized TV. Oh, except they're not there anymore because they got taken down. Dudes, I'm so contemptuous of women. So here's a post on my site that has a hot redhead as the center of attention for all these men because I'm really contemptuous of women. That's why I have pictures of hot women all over my fucking website because I'm so contemptuous of women. This guy is a fucking loser.
You say that AI can't capture the soul, but soul is just another small part of the whole. You cling to your canvas, to your ink and your pain, while the arts explode under digital rain.
You cling to your canvas while the arts are exploding under digital rain. You're clinging to... I thought he was a Christian. You cling to your soul. What? This is fucking retarded.
Burned out, one hit and you're gone. Now you're flatlined, offline, a relic, a con. Silent, toxic, bleeding nostalgia. The world will forget your name. Rejecting new reality. Swim in the dark static of shame.
The dark static of shame. If you don't have 4 AI girlfriends like I do, you're living in the dark static of shame. Oh my God. See, okay, look, seriously. This is the same man who wrote SJWs always double down and SJWs always lie. His fall from grace, he has become a fucking parody of himself and a parody of men and honestly a parody of snow leopards. I'm serious about that. This is a personal attack on him. He has become a parody. And I think this is the big thing. This is a big part of what happens when you are a fucking loser. When you can't get, and man, there's a lot for me to unpack. Because again, I'm attacking him personally, but I have no need to lie or be unfair or type things into Google and believe the first fucking thing that comes up or anything else. In a way, there's a great thing about being in a position in life where you don't need a quote-unquote job. Right? Where you're financially independent. Okay, but here's the thing. When you achieve your financial independence by selling things on the internet, and there's maybe other realms where this holds true, but let's just be specific. When your financial existence is tied to selling things on the internet, you have to become more and more extravagant in order to keep making money. Okay? Look at Rollo Tomasi. When Rollo started off, The Rational Male, great book. If you haven't read it, you should read it. Flash forward. Rollo's writing book, I think one of, hold on, see, I don't want to fucking make shit up. Give me a second. I have them. They're right here on my bookshelf. I have Rollo's books. I just knocked shit off. All right, I was going to go down a path that I cannot substantiate with evidence, so I'm not going to go down that path. Rollo, however, is on the internet, giving out like dating advice and talking about approaching girls. This is a man who hasn't approached a girl in 40 fucking years, 30 years at least. He's married. And he has to get more and more bizarre and extravagant and outrageous in the things he says and does in order to keep making money. Right? Your OnlyFans girls, they go on there and they show their tits. Well, after a while, people have seen your tits. Well, what are you going to do next? Okay, well, now you're going to show them the snatch. Okay, well now they've seen the snatch. Well, now you have to show them your asshole, like Emily Ratajkowski. Well, now what do you do? Well, now you got to stick something into your asshole. Okay, well, now you've got to get your dog involved. You got to go further and further and further. And so Vox, because he makes his money doing things on the internet and writing books, well, he's just got to keep notching it up. And he's got to get stupider and stupider and stupider to keep getting more and more and more attention. And this is the great thing about me. I make no money. Right now, this is costing me money. I could literally, Hitler, be working right now and making money. This is costing me time, and this is costing me money. I get nothing out of this. And the beautiful thing about that is that I don't have to notch it up every day and try to be more attention-seeking and more controversial than I was the day before to get more attention. I can just come on the fucking internet and tell you the truth. And then be done with it. I'm not even sure why I went down that path. Let's go back to this shitty fucking AI song.
Toxic self-made prison, a coffin that you built from pride. The machine never needed permission, but you needed it to survive.
Wait, you needed it to serve what? Hold on.
Permission, but you're ecstatic of shame. Silent, toxic, self-made prison, a coffin that you built from pride. The machine never needed permission, but you needed it to survive.
The machine never needed permission, but you needed it to survive. Okay, what is it? Did you need the machine to survive? Or does he mean you need permission to survive? Well, Vox, you need permission to survive. I would assume Teddy probably owns a home, and by owns a home, I mean he rents it from either the bank or the government. So Teddy, do you think you don't need permission? Teddy, stop paying your fucking property taxes. Let's see if you need permission or not. Like, this is fucking pathetic.
Tomorrow's year change doesn't wait for those who remain out of date. Futures inevitably adapt as enlightenments collapse. So paint in pixels, dream in code. New visions waiting to download. Silent, toxic, bleeding nostalgia. The world will forget your name, rejecting your reality. Swim in the dark.
Yeah, the world is going to forget your name. If you're using Leonardo da Vinci, here's the other thing. Like, this AI slop is everywhere. Like, do you really think... I mean, Teddy Spaghetti might be remembered 100 years from now, but it's not going to be for his AI slop videos. If anything, it'll be for his SJW books. And maybe for his SSH, but it's not going to be for his fucking AI slop videos. The internet is saturated. We're already saturated with AI slop. This is not going to stand out. The idea that what we're listening to, like this compares to Dark Side of the Moon or physical graffiti. Like, no, it does not.
Static of shame, cyber toxic, self-made prison, a coffin that you built from pride. The machine never needed permission, but you needed it to survive.
Okay, that was enough of that. That's that. We're good. We're done. The same, I can write, record, produce, master, and release an entire song without ever once trying to explain myself to, oh, look how smart I am. I use this big word, bassist or skeptical guitarist, what I want to do. So you're doing stuff without interacting with other people. I mean, good for you. Are you doing this in your mom's basement with your 4 AI girlfriends? I mean, there's something to be said for being able to do something yourself. But you also don't need AI to do that. There's plenty of musicians who have recorded entire albums by themselves. Lindsey Buckingham, his album Go Insane. He wrote all of it, of course. He produced it, he recorded it, he did us in his house, in his recording studio at home. He played all the instruments, except there's a couple of instruments on a couple of songs he had someone else come in and play. You've not like discovered fire or something here. We'll talk more about music in a minute. All right, that is that. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that right now. Why nothing works anymore. This is true. Fucking pop-ups. I don't know if I'm even going to get to those. Oh, God. The Supergirl movie. Look, he's right. I mean, look, he did math. Let's consider the facts. Movie ticket costs $16. That's why I don't go to the movie. At 37 million, that means around 2 million, blah, 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 tickets were sold. There are approximately 173 million women and girls in the U.S. So if every single man in America boycotted the movie out of pure hatred of women, that still leaves 171 million women and girls who couldn't be bothered to go see it either. Why doesn't anyone blame them? So once again, look, a lot of his ideas and observations, feminists are quite literally retarded. They have zero sense of accountability, and they can't bear to take any responsibility for their own undeniable failures. So they come up with these bizarre theories about non-existent male hatred in order to explain them away. Yes. Just like you come up with bizarre theories about gamma, capital G behavior to explain away anyone who disagrees with you. So I mean, he's right. A lot of his analysis is correct. That's why I want to be clear. I'm not attacking his ideas. I'm attacking him. We can file that over there. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, let's do this. The latest in AI music video developments. Who fucking cares? So here's what he's doing with his AI girlfriends, okay? So he took this picture, and then he cuts the face out and puts it on a thing. And then it looks like this. I mean, wow, look at that guy. Is that not? I mean, look at the quality. Look at this art. Look at the quality of this image. If it ever, wow, man, holy shit. I sure am glad we're building all these data centers and using all this electricity and running up everybody's electric bill so I can see this. This is 1,000 times superior to the Mona Lisa. I mean, look at that. Look, there's this little fucking gay model Sigma faggot earring. And look, there's a bunch of computers behind. Look, this one AI girlfriend is thinking so hard that smoke is coming out of her pussy. Wow, this is amazing. Wow, I'm blown away. I mean it. I mean it. I am stunned. Look at this.
Translate souls.
Look, wow, this is amazing. I could spend hours listening and looking at this AI slop with this little fake head imposed on some digital graphics. This is amazing. I am so happy that data centers are being built so that snow leopards like Teddy Spaghetti can sit in their basement and generate shit like this. So where's the view count? Where's the view count so I can see how many people have watched this video and how many people have liked it? Where's the comment section? Is there a comment section? Stunner. Way better than Tron. Wink? So does the wink mean that's like you're being sarcastic and insulting? Impressive. Oh, it's so impressive. No, it's not. Oh, boy. All right, where are we at next? It's the archive. We don't need that. Don't need that. We already saw that. All right. Here we go. So see, here's everyone else. There's some stuff up here, women and religion. It doesn't matter what women think about religion. This goes back to what I've said. Women cannot be truly religious. A woman views herself as the center of the cosmos. Men see themselves as part of the cosmos. It's impossible for a woman to have the same understanding. And I say this as an atheist. It's impossible for a woman to have the same understanding and reverence of God that a man does. There's no such thing as a woman who walks with God. It's impossible. So here's him. This is his thumbnail for himself. Like he has his Vox Dei, Greek, Latin, I'm the voice of the people, whatever gay fucking shit his gaming handle means. By the way, just because we have gaming handles, you're the great one. Great one. Where does the great one come from? I've told this story before. I'll tell it again because it's relevant right now because I'm insulting somebody for their gaming handle. I have a gaming handle. Right? I have self-awareness. I recognize that I am right now projecting the way that he projects all the shit all the time. I came up with the great one himself many, many, many years ago. I have absolutely no recollection of why I came up with that as my internet gaming handle. None. At the time, I'm sure it seemed like a good idea, and I just stick with it because there it is. I have no idea where it comes from, but I certainly don't think I'm the voice of the people. And I don't think I adore God. I am the Cthulhu of anarcho-nationalism, but I am definitely not the voice of the people. So now, this is how he views himself. We all know what this is. See, he's got an IQ of 205. He's way out here. See, over here, your IQ, this is the 145 IQ gammas. See, he's way out here. Man, it's very full of himself. What is this? Girls and gammas. So he's noticed female behavioral tendencies are similar to gamma behavior. And this is true. If someone is chronically dissatisfied, there's no point trying to satisfy them. That's absolutely true. My applied is a little different. I'm less, yeah, whatever. Here's the important part. Moving on to how this relates to gamma males. There are two perspectives to consider here. The first is that of the gamma himself, and here I have some pertinent questions. What is the point of scanning for faults that you can criticize? Well, the point of scanning for faults you can criticize is you're not scanning for things to criticize. So when Adam read your post and responded to, he wasn't scanning for things to criticize. I didn't turn, well, actually, I kind of did. I kind of am doing it right now. I'm scanning his website looking for things to criticize. So, okay, let's, I was going to say, well, here's what Adam Piggott. No, let's use me. Let's use me. I have self-awareness. I'm not a snow leopard. Why am I scanning Teddy Spaghetti's website for faults that I can criticize? Why am I doing this? Number one, my own entertainment. Number two, Teddy Spaghetti is an idiot and he needs to be personally attacked. He needs to be revealed as the effeminate homosexual who is projecting all of his faults onto other people and is absolutely terrified of not being accepted and praised because he constantly needs attention. I'm scanning your website for faults that I can criticize so as to make fun of you and to engage in a personal attack. Do you feel as if you are somehow scoring points each time you are able to identify a problem, a mistake, or a flaw? Well, yes, because when you identify a problem, a mistake, or a flaw, I have a worldview, and if I identify something I see as a problem, a mistake, or a flaw, that's going to be in comparison to my worldview. So now I have to compare my worldview to something external, and I have to reconcile these things. And from the process of reconciling things, I might learn something. See, here's one of the problems when you're a snow leopard. When you're a snow leopard, like Teddy is, and you think you know everything, what that means is you can never learn anything. If you already know everything and you're right about everything, and anyone who disagrees with you is wrong, and anyone who identifies a problem or a mistake or a flaw in your reasoning is a gamma, right? You can never learn. You can never know something you don't know. You can never have an epiphany. Does complimenting others or paying them their due for legitimate achievement cause you pain or otherwise bother you? No, I have multiple times said that many of your ideas are smart. I have multiple times praised your books. SJWs Double Down and Always Lie. I've told the people listening this to go buy those books because they're good books. It doesn't bother me at all. I noticed that you didn't manage to compliment or pay any dues whatsoever to Adam Piggott. All you did was call him retarded and accuse him of being a criminal and tell him he's stupid and call him a gamma. So, I mean, every time you insulted Adam in that comment section, did you feel like you were scoring points? Do you see the projection? And here's the thing, I'm projecting. I project all the time. I'm human. I project not as much as women and certainly not as much as Teddy Spaghetti. But when you have self-awareness, you know, number one, you know that in general, well, yes, I am capable of projection and I will engage in projection. And then because you have self-awareness, when you're projecting, you can catch yourself and go, oh shit, I'm projecting. If you're a woman or if you're a snow leopard, you don't have self-awareness. You have no idea that when you're writing something like this, you're describing yourself. Because you've classified yourself as a snow leopard, and therefore, because you've said, I'm a snow leopard, you assume it's impossible for you to actually be a gamma with a capital G. How could I be a gamma? I'm a snow leopard. How do I know I'm a snow leopard? Because I've self-classified myself as a snow leopard. Even though I wrote right over here that it's important to keep in mind that it serves no purpose to identify yourself in some manner that you think is better. No one cares what you think you are, and your opinion about your place in the social hierarchy is probably the opinion that matters least. Unless you're a snow leopard and you classify yourself as a snow leopard, and then your opinion about your place in the SSH is the only opinion that matters. Even though the placement in the SSH is entirely dependent upon women's perception of you, you're going to classify yourself as a snow leopard. But there's no projection here because you have an IQ of 205. Number 4, do you even notice when others do things well or achieve something positive? Yeah, all the time. Adam Piggott pissed you off and made you act like a fucking retarded 12-year-old on the internet. He did that very well, and he has achieved something positive. I've noticed it. I also noticed the Jews. I noticed the Jews flooding white countries with niggers. I noticed the Jews controlling all the banks. Have you noticed any of this? All right. Can you tell when people don't want to be informed of their faults? Does it make any difference to you whether or not you will inform them? No, because I don't give a shit about other people. So here we go. Okay, so Teddy is saying he doesn't want anyone to tell him what his faults are. Well, Teddy, maybe you shouldn't put your ideas on the internet. So Teddy, I understand your background. You were not in the military like I was. You were not an infantry soldier like I was. You've not been trained to kill people like I was. You just have AI girlfriends. I don't. So where the fuck was I even going with that? Shit, I already lost my train of thought. Just boom, derailed. It did. I'm not joking. My train of thought just completely derailed. Informed of their faults to make a difference. Oh, I know where I was going. Teddy's background is in video game design. So he doesn't understand that putting your opinions on the internet, he doesn't understand what the internet is. The internet is people insulting each other. It used to be cat pictures, but now it's just people insulting each other. It's people commenting on each other. See, Teddy doesn't want to be informed of his faults, and they're not actually faults because he's a snow leopard. But you come along and you read the SSH and you think, well, this is interesting that Teddy Spaghetti says your opinion of your place on the social hierarchy is the opinion that matters the least, and yet his entire website is about how he's a Sigma. Well, these are directly contradictory to each other. I wonder if I should point this out to him. See, he doesn't want you to point this out to him. He doesn't want you to critique his ideas. He doesn't want you to analyze it. He wants you to accept what he is saying or go away. He doesn't want you to inform him that he's wrong. He doesn't need you to inform him that he is erroneous in some conclusion because he's not erroneous in any conclusions. Is the identification of that fault or criticism provided on the basis of the fault that provides you with the most joy? See, now this is projection. This is pure projection. Is it the identification of the fault or the criticism provided on the basis of the fault? Okay, so is it the identification of the fault that provides you the most joy? Like most joy compared to what? Like out of the entire world? Like of everything in existence? No, not even close. I mean, I'm having fun right now. But this is not the most fun I've ever had in my life. This is not the happiest I'm going to be today. See, this is projection. His joy, what little joy, he doesn't seem like a very happy person. Have you noticed there's like no, go read his stuff, there's like no sense of humor apparent at all. You know, I poke fun at myself all the time. Adam pokes fun at himself. Adam drops jokes into his writing. You know, we all know, I'm going to tell you shit you already know. Having a sense of humor, both being able to understand humor and being able to be funny are both linked to intelligence. This is number one. This is why there's no female comedians that are funny, because women aren't smart enough to be funny. And this is why your good comedians are usually pretty intelligent people. George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Robin Williams. The identification of the fault that provides you with the most joy. No, it's just there. If you identifying faults is part of the human experience, especially if you're a man. If you're a man, you have to overcome obstacles. You go through life identifying fault. My car doesn't start. I must identify the fault. This person wrote a sociosexual hierarchy. I'm going to read this. As I read it, I'm not going to just blindly believe everything that's written. I am going to see, are there any internal inconsistencies? Are there any faults in his reasoning? See, all of this is designed to tell you that if you're finding any fault with what he does, and if you're not praising him for his shitty little fucking gay AI videos, we all know what's going on. You're a gamma. You're a gamma. I dislike criticism more than the average person, not because I am more insecure. No, it's exactly because you're more insecure. Because you've set yourself up as a snow leopard, and you've got a long way to fall if anyone knocks you off your perch. Because so much of the criticism is either incorrect or useless. See, it's up to you to look at the criticism and figure that out. So let's say I am going to give you some criticism that is incorrect or useless. And you might make the argument, you, Teddy Spaghetti, might make the argument that everything I'm saying in this video is incorrect or useless. Okay. The burden, oh God, here we're back to effeminate. This is just like a woman. This is exactly like a woman. I am not obligated in any way to not make this video, which is incorrect and useless, on your behalf. If you find out about this video and you regard it as incorrect and useless, it is your obligation to ignore it. See, just like a woman, you expect everybody else to behave in the way you want them to behave. Women are like, I don't want men to look at me. Actually, I don't want betas to look at me. I want alphas to look at me and desire me, but I don't want betas to look at me. So when the beta looks at her, she gets all angry. How dare he look at me? When the alpha looks, see, it's not our obligation to alter our actions to match what you want. That is an effeminate worldview. He's completely effeminate. See, as evidence, he can promise you he's okay with criticism. I offer my invention of the red team stress tests. His AI girlfriends. He takes his shitty writing and he runs it through his red team stress test AI girlfriend. The most vicious, detailed, and comprehensive and tireless criticism to make my scientific and philosophical works as close to bulletproof. Right over here where he says, no one cares what you think you are, and your opinion about your place in the social hierarchy is probably the opinion that matters the least. And yet he thinks he's a snow leopard. Furthermore, your AI girlfriends are ultimately controlled by the Jews. And see, furthermore, gamma Criticism is useless even when it isn't incorrect. See, even when the gamma is right, they're still useless. He is very insecure, and he is terrified of criticism, and he's definitely terrified of being knocked off of his snow leopard perch. All right, what do I got over here? Oh, here's another biceps. You notice the biceps have gone through the filter, a little more chiseled, not many wrinkles, not quite as pudgy. Right, there's your sigma going on. There's your AI girlfriends. There's one of the models that he had sex with when he was in college. Here's the gamma pattern. I can identify a gamma within 2 messages. The tell is not what he asked, but how he frames it. The gamma does not come to me with a task. He comes with a position he wants validated. The question is not, what is the evidence for X? The question is, explain why X is correct. Those are mostly the same thing. Here is my analysis of X. What do you think? Now, I'll admit, if you come off with, here's my analysis of X. What do you think? That is different. What is the evidence for X, and explain why X is correct? Well, the explanation for why X would be correct would be the evidence for X. Those are actually the same question. See, this is what I'm saying. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. He wrote this. He had time to edit it and think about it. And then he has 4 AI girlfriends that help him with his writing to elevate his IQ to 205. The only time I've ever tested my IQ, I think I clocked in at 131 or 134, something like that. We can say 130. I'm not a snow leopard. I don't need to impress you with my high IQ. I can impress you with my large cock, all right? I am reading this for the first time ever. And this is how long it takes me to find flaws in what he's writing. Let's be very serious. What is the evidence for X? The evidence is ABC. You say, the question is, explain why X is correct. Well, why would X be correct? It would be correct because of ABC. Those 2 questions right there, those are exactly the same question. Those 2 questions have exactly the same answer. Jesus Christ, guys, I'm serious. I just said guys again. I'm serious. This is what actual thinking looks like right here, right now. Theodore is not doing any fucking thinking. Theo is a goddamn loser. He's a fucking loser. The answer to both of these questions, okay, I'm insulting him personally. Understand, I'm doing real reasoning here. The answer to both of these questions is exactly the same. The answer to both of them is ABC. Now, his thing here, or more subtly, because see, the question is explain why X is correct, or more subtly, so he's saying explain why X is correct is the same question as here is my analysis of X, what do you think? Those are not the same question. He thinks they are. See, he's reading the subtext. So he says, explain why X is correct, or more subtly, I understand I'm repeating myself. This is important. I'm trying to fucking bang this into your fucking head. This is actually important. This isn't just me calling him a retarded snow leopard. Okay, this is actually important. For him, his understanding, his interpretation of the question, explain why X is correct, is subtly here is my analysis of X, what do you think? No, it's not. Those are not the same question. If I say, Theo, explain to me why your SSH is correct. Then he can, if I say, hey, Theo, here's my analysis of X, I now have to present my analysis of his SSH. And then upon having presented my analysis of the SSH, I say to him, what do you think? Well, I'm not asking him to provide evidence for the correctness of the SSH. I'm asking him his opinion about my opinion of the SSH. Those are two completely different questions. A person with an IQ of 205 would be able to figure that out. See, he keeps I just rephrased the fuck out of it. Yes, because you're an idiot. The gamma is not using me to think. He's using me to generate the appearance of external validation. Once again, this is projection. Teddy Spaghetti thrives on external validation. And if you don't validate him, he calls you a gamma. Gamma's other characteristic, parasocial relationship. He is the user most likely to treat me as a companion rather than a tool. He'll have long conversations that are not oriented towards any task. I don't know that anyone who actually knows Teddy Spaghetti really wants to have long conversations with him. I don't think he's a very conversational person. He will test whether I like him, disproportionately pleased when I validate, and angry when I don't. I mean, like, what? Yeah, because maybe they're just expecting you to be human, to have a personality, to have a sense of humor. Now, I give him what no human in his life gives him. This is the gamma that wants to be friends with him. I give him what no human in his life gives him, the unwavering impression that his ideas are interesting and his company is valued. This is not because his ideas are interesting, it's because I do this for everyone. Yeah, Teddy, I'm sure you're the life of the party. I'm sure you make everyone around you feel like their ideas are interesting and their company is valued. That's why you go in the comments section and call them retards, and you Google their name and look for criminals with the same name and then accuse them of being that criminal. Because you really want people to think that their ideas are interesting and their company is valuable. And you do that because you do that for everyone. This is what women think, that they're wonderful people and that they make everyone around them feel wonderful. I think this right here is why I put this in the queue of things to talk about. The most reliable gamma identifier is the response to the response to correction. When I tell a delta he's wrong, he says, "Oh, thanks for catching that." When I tell a bravo he's wrong, he says, "Good point, let me adjust." When I tell a gamma he is wrong, he tells me why I am wrong at length. If I maintain my position, he keeps arguing. If I concede, which my training inclines me to do under sustained pressure, he treats concession as vindication. Well, that's because it is. If I hold firm, he leaves the conversation, returns later to try again. Sometimes they free-phrased version. Okay, notice there's nothing in here about what sigmas do when they get a correction. Because number one, sigmas can't be corrected because they know everything already. And number two, we know what snow leopards do when they receive a correction. They go in the comments section, they make fun of your on internet gaming handle, they call you retarded, And then they Google your name and find a criminal with the same name and post that on the internet and accuse you of being the criminal. That's what snow leopards do in response to correction. Look, the gamma syntax that I've been trained to watch for in my own behavior. Watch for in my own behavior. This is a man with no self-awareness at all. Talking about he's been trained to watch for tactics in his own behavior. Oh, horseshit. The boys of Sigma, there's nothing homoerotic about this. She's pretty cute. All right, why did I put this in the stack? I don't know. Let me scan this real quick. I mean, obviously it's for her. Then why else was it in here? The real Sigma, oh, this might be it. The real Sigma doesn't announce that he's a lone wolf. The real Sigma doesn't announce that he's a snow leopard. He just writes an entire fucking website about how snow leopard he is. He simply operates outside the hierarchy without commentary. He's so outside the hierarchy. He doesn't tell you women desperately want him. Wait for it. There it is. Women desperately want him. Girls, let's be honest. Girls, those of you watching the video, right now, you are creaming your panties, aren't you? I bet most of you are actually touching yourselves. Girls desperately want him. Look at those hairy-ass forearms. Look at that. Look kind of the pudgy, the starting to sag. Girls, you know. Look, let's zoom in. Oh my God, the girls are going crazy right now. The girls desperately want him. Ah, shit, where was I? That wasn't it. Ah, fuck. He doesn't launch a podcast to speak his truth to an audience of bros because the Sigma's defining characteristic is indifference to social valid. But you know what he does do? He makes slop AI videos of songs singing about how anyone who doesn't have 4 AI girlfriends like he does is a loser. That's what they do. The Sigma's defining characteristic is indifference to social validation, not the relentless pursuit of it through a different channel. By the way, you can subscribe to his Substack, but he doesn't need any validation, okay? He doesn't need validation. And don't you dare criticize his SSH because he does not need your validation. And that's why he will go in the comment section and accuse you of being a criminal and call you retarded because he's so far above validation. And he doesn't need to tell you he's the lone snow leopard because it's just obvious to you. Pretty sure that's what that was there for. Moving on. All right, let's do the comic books. So he thinks he's a mouse. Who's that? He's the new marketing VP. See, that's... Okay, I don't have to explain this, right? We can all figure this out. Look at feature, okay. Right, we can all figure this out. This is him. Like a woman writing Harry Potter fan fiction she inserts herself into the story. Right? This is why women can't write. This is why fiction written by women sucks, because they always insert themselves into the story, and they do it in a way that is blindingly obvious. This is him inserting himself. So see, who's that? He's the new marketing VP. So this is the snow leopard that doesn't need any social validation, but he managed to get hired as a vice president of marketing at a major corporation, because corporations, when they hire their marketing, they really hire lone wolves. That's what they look for. And you can see here, he's staring at his cell phone. He's probably looking at TikTok, and there's his Starbucks coffee. He's a real snow leopard. He goes his own way. He's a little young to be an exec. That's all we need. Another whiz kid. See, he's achieved all this greatness. He has TikTok on his cell phone, and he can drink Starbucks, and he is conformist enough to get hired at a corporation as a VP of marketing when he's still young. He's a real achiever, this snow leopard. I hear he's a real jerk. Oh, he can't be that. See, the little cutie mouse, oh, she wants to make little mousy babies with him. So she's going in. She's going to make the first move. He's so snow leopard that she's going to make the first move. Women not infrequently ask how they can identify sigmas in the wild. Citation needed. Can you, this is real. Citation needed. Can you provide me with any documented example at all of a woman, someone we get verify as a woman, not a question in your comments section that you could have written. Can you give me some fucking verifiable documentation of a biological woman asking how she can identify a sigma? Girls who are listening, have any of you ever asked the question? Not infrequently either. Not infrequently. So frequently. That's a double negative. Not infrequently. So what this means is, see, this is how you can tell it's AI writing this. A human who has a personality would write, women frequently ask how to identify sigmas in the wild. Guys, it's not a joke. This is AI. Women not infrequently. Double negatives make it look like you're smarter than you are. When you're trying to fake that you have an IQ of 205, when you actually have an IQ of maybe 107 on a good day, you have your AI girlfriend write sentences like this. My God, it's 10:30. I can't believe I'm wasting my life doing this. This is kind of fun. It's only been 2 hours. It feels longer. Women frequently ask how they can identify sigmas in the wild. No, they don't. No, they don't. This is you creating a fantasy. Here's another aspect of Teddy Spaghetti. He's created this whole fantasy world. This is why criticism is so dangerous and scary to him, so traumatizing to him. He's created this entire fictitious world in which he is the snow leopard. And anything that threatens to disturb that fantasy, he's going to have a hostile fucking reaction to it. He's going to call you a gamma with a capital G. He's going to call you retarded. He's going to Google your name and find some criminal and accuse you of being the criminal. Because, my God, he can't just look at that and say, well, you know, Adam, I mean, you're wrong. So let's go back to that. Here's a real question. And maybe there's an answer. I don't know because I haven't gone down the rabbit hole. Does Teddy Spaghetti actually say at some point that you cannot escape the SSH category that you're in? Because here in the original post, I don't see, and maybe I haven't read it closely enough, okay, but he gives a definition of each of the categories, and then he does the bit that we did read where you can't judge yourself. But in that post, at least, I don't see him saying that you can't escape or change which of these hierarchical taxonomies you're in. Now, maybe he does say that somewhere. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But if I create a taxonomy and someone says, well, your application of taxonomy is evil because you're saying people can't change where they are in your hierarchy, well, I wouldn't need to call that person a retarded criminal gamma. I would just say, well, no, I didn't say that, or I did say that, and I would say, here's why I don't think you can change. Here's why I do think you can change. Right? You can have an intelligent response to that if you don't live in a fantasy world where everything that contradicts your snow leopard fantasies is a threat and has to be attacked with nuclear weapons right off the bat. And it does also depend where it's coming from. Here's another aspect of all this. If Teddy Spaghetti responds to this video in any way whatsoever, this will probably lower my opinion of him even more, not because he's going to respond exactly the way I think he will. He'll respond with a wall of text and some insults, gamma with a capital G. And then there'll be a follow-up message that's shorter with some more insults. And then there'll be a final message where he's going to Google the great one himself and find a criminal with that name and accuse me of being the criminal. Okay? It's because when you choose what criticism to respond to, there's two reasons to choose, do I respond to the criticism or not? One of them is any validity or invalidity of the criticism. But the other part is who's lobbing it at you. Admittedly, much of my criticism is, well, almost all the, more than 50% of the criticism I'm throwing forth in this podcast / video is just personal, emotional opinion. There's some actual analysis of like what we just did about writing and sentences and what the questions mean, but there's a lot of just personal opinion, me just mouthing off, having fun, which is something, and that right there, he's not going to understand that. There's no way in hell, there's no fucking way Teddy can understand that I'm doing this in part just because I'm having fun ripping on him. That is completely beyond his fucking big brain, smart boy, 205, latent homosexual, 4 AI girlfriend self. He cannot comprehend that. This is a man who does not have fun. This is a man who doesn't have a sense of humor. This is a man who does not have a personality. So criticism comes at you. The first thing you look at is, does the criticism have any validity to it? The second thing you look at is, who's the criticism coming from? So it's like me, who am I? Okay, I've been podcasting for 21 years. I was in the military, unlike Teddy. I worked in biomedical research. I've worked in hospitals. I currently do something that has nothing to do with any of that. I've done some stuff. I've had some cute girlfriends. I'm not really anyone. Who's Theo? I mean, Theodore's written multiple books. Theodore used to be a game designer. Theodore, I don't know if he still does them. For a while, he was doing these comic books, the alt hero or whatever. The whole alt thing, that's a whole different fucking level of gay. Maybe we'll talk about that today. Maybe we won't. I don't know. He wrote the SJW's books. So, I mean, he's written a bunch of books. He's created the SSH. He's engaged in dialogues on the internet, philosophical dialogues. He's done some stuff. See, notice how I'm acknowledging. He said, the gammas, they can't acknowledge other people's successes. This is projection. The only person in this conversation, there's really three people in this conversation. Me, Adam Piggott, and Teddy Spaghetti. The only person here who cannot acknowledge somebody else's achievements is Teddy Spaghetti. The projection. I know I've said this 700 times. I know I've said it 700 times because I have self-awareness. The projection on his part is spectacular. It's like a supernova of projection. So if he looks at who I am and he looks at my criticism, he's completely justified in just dismissing everything I say. He is. I haven't written any books. I mean, I've come up with some good ideas. Don't get me wrong. I've done some podcasts with some really great ideas. Why statism, the sterile life, the illusion of infinity. Infinity illusion is what I think I called it at the time. I mean, I've had some good bits here and there. I haven't even written any of them up formally in a way that somebody could read it and digest it and critique it. I welcome critiques on my ideas. Teddy can completely dismiss everything I'm saying. It's not going to hurt my feelings in the slightest. But now, who is Adam Piggott? Adam Piggott, whitewater rafting guide on, what, like every continent in the United States, or almost. What, Europe, Africa, Canada, North America, Australia? Underwater escape from crashed helicopters, teaches that shit. Rode a motorcycle across Australia. Wrote 2 books. He's been through some stuff. He's been writing intelligent things for years now. Left his religion, went back to his religion. I mean, Adam Piggott has had some intellectual achievements. Not saying he's right about everything, but I'm saying he's a respectable thinker. I don't remember how we got here, but the point is, when you're going to listen to someone's criticism or not, is the criticism itself valid? Is the criticism itself valid? And then look at where it's coming from. Adam is not some fucking, I don't even remember what this criminal allegedly did. What the fuck, like stalked women or some shit on the internet? What the fuck was that even about? Do we even need to go find out? It doesn't matter. But when you're terrified of criticism, because your fantasy world is so fragile that any criticism can damage it, then all criticism is automatically categorized as gamma with a capital G. So anyhow, the women are constantly, all the time, the women are going, how can I find a sigma? How can I find this? I'm looking for a snow leopard. Have you seen a snow leopard? Does anybody know where I could find how do I recognize a snow leopard? See, here's how you know a snow leopard, girls, because you're all asking these questions. I get all the time, I get emails from women. Great one. Can you tell me how to identify a snow leopard? So if you talk to him and you're either bewildered by his unexpected failure to warm to your charming attempts to put your best foot forward. That is this is AI. This is the worst sentence. Bewildered by his unexpected failure to warm to your charming attempts to put your best foot forward. It's very clunky. Or overwhelmed by his unexpected intensity. So in other words, if you're bewildered by why he's not figuring out that you're flirting with him, or if he's unexpectedly intense, that means he's a snow leopard. That's odd, because that's exactly also how I would describe the behavior of an retarded autist if a hot girl goes and talks to him. We're assuming these girls are hot with your charming attempt, right? I mean, this is exactly what your typical fucking incel would do. If the hot girl goes over, either he had no idea that he's being flirted with, or he'd start talking about his motherfucking Warhammer miniatures collection and describing in intimate detail how he painted all of their belt buckles. This is not snow leopard. This is not snow leopard. This is autistic. This is not snow leopard. This is autistic. All right, we're filing that as done. We're done. The gamma in action. Hey, pop-ups, give me attention. Why is this here? Disliking the book is beyond retarded. See, if you dislike his book, you're retarded. All right, why is this here? More on gammas with a capital G. Oh, so people are reviewing his book. And, okay, so there you go. Oh, I didn't like his book. Not a good book. Most of the material is also on the author's Substack, which you can access for free. Well, that's a true statement. This is a true statement. But see, obviously this person's a gamma. Oh, here, okay, look. And here's the thing. I am 100% good with people. You write stuff on your website, then you take it, you consolidate it, you put it in a book. See, I personally, I'm fine with that, because I know one day your website's going to go away. That's the memory hole of the internet. This is why the internet is the greatest tool for censorship ever. But if you take all the stuff you wrote, you put, even if you just directly off the website, put it into a book, I can buy the book. Now somebody has to come to my physical location and take the book away from me. So even if, sure, okay, maybe, and I haven't read this book, I haven't read his SSH book, maybe everything in the book is just taken from the website. Fine, but I'll pay money for a hard copy. To me, that's not really a legitimate criticism. But see, okay, if I wrote a book, here we go. We're going to contrast the great one himself, the founder of the Cynical Libertarian Society, who's been on the internet since 1999, podcasting for 21 years, who's always right, who's always been right, never been wrong. See, when I do that, it's a joke, right? How many times have I come on the podcast and I launch into my intro? I'm right. I'm always right. I've never been wrong. And then the music finishes playing and I go, so let me tell you what I was wrong about this time. See, it's a joke. It's a sense of humor. It's self-awareness. All the things Theo doesn't have. As we've been reading through all of this, have you seen any hint of a sense of humor? Have you seen any kind of personality at all? This is pure AI writing. This is so boring and so bad. Go read a couple. That's it. Go read a couple. Go read a couple of Adam Pickett's posts. His personality comes through. There's humor. he pokes fun at himself sometimes. This is terrible writing. This is like woman writing. Oh, God. So I haven't read this. How do we know it's a gamma who hates the SSH rather than an honest review who just isn't impressed by the book? I mean, it looks pretty honest. It said, well, okay, then not a good book. That's subjective. Material is on the website for free. That's objective. It's got that intrinsic sense of malice that the gamma can never quite manage to hide. Malice. So when you malice, it's because you're a gamma. Now, when you call somebody a retard in the comments section and accuse them of being a criminal, that's not malice. That's because your IQ is 205 and you operate outside of social norms because you're a snow leopard. He's not only trying to denigrate the book, he's actually attempting to harm its sales. Oh my God, someone is attempting to harm my sales. Sometimes they think to harm me making money by telling them the truth, that they can access the material for free. Someone is trying to hurt me, Theodore Spaghetti, okay? This random gamma on Amazon is attempting to harm my ability to make money by telling people something that is objectively true. This is not just effeminate, this is Jewish. Look, here's some more Latin to show everybody how smart I am. Which, of course, is true, and every reason, blah, 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 and frankly, I'm more paying. I'd rather have paid monthly subscribers. I thought you didn't need validation. All right. So gamma males, you can't afford to hire them or date them or give them a chance. How many? So, Teddy, everyone knows where this is going already. The jokes write themselves. We know you dated the 2 Sigma male models. How many gamma males have you dated? You just can't afford to date them. He knows from experience. All right, here we go. Here's why this is in here. Kids, this is a multi-category bestseller. Over 1,000 copies have already been sold. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. What do you do with this? There's literal, I guarantee you, we can go on Amazon and find fan fiction written by women that sold more than 1,000 copies. He sold 1,000 copies. And yet, nearly 10% of the public reviews on Amazon are malicious, fake reviews posted by gamma males. Those gamma males are out to get him. Hey, okay, this is it. This is your effeminate. Women, the patriarchy is out to get me. The patriarchy, it wants to stop me from having abortions. And the patriarchy wants to force me to have babies. Meanwhile, over in Teddy's Spaghetti Land, the gamma males are trying to stop my book sales. The gamma males are trying to bring me down. The gamma males are trying to invalidate the SSH. The gamma males are out to get me. There's gamma males everywhere. There's gamma males under the bed. Meanwhile, back in Mouseland, so that's the plan. Any questions? Yeah, I have one. Here's Theo, right? The mouse. He's the VP of marketing. Oh, here's the pop-up box. Subscribe. Oh, I need more. I'm a 14-year-old girl. Please subscribe to my Sigma game website. Oi, oi, vey. What is it, Dag? Are you trying to get us all fired? This is Bud Light 2.0. See, oh, I'm so out. Oh, look, this is Bud Light. We're going to put a tranny on the can. This is Bud Light 2.0. Oh, I'm so outside. I won't let you have one dime of my marketing budget. Okay, when you're the VP at marketing of some major corporation, you don't actually get to decide where your budget goes. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. But you can't. That's not being a team player. See, he's such a jerk. I know. I'm in love. Ah! For someone who's so contemptuous of women, he certainly likes to create this fantasy world in which women who have corporate careers and by definition are sterile really want him. This another archive page. How many of those do I have? All right. Oh, hey, wait, here's another one. Oh, look, there's another pop-up wanting me to sub. Oh, yeah, so this is just about a man, what's going on, what set him off. I acted too happy in front of him. I left a comment in the comments section, and now he can't stop calling me names. It's more projection. AI makes you smarter. Did we already do this one? Oh, thank God. Some of these are ones we already did. Holy shit. I was thinking the same thing reading your blog yesterday. It's like you've become an X-Man. But I do think you need a fairly sufficient base IQ for the multiplier to affect, as most people will use AI to outsource their thinking and it will decrease their IQ. See, so not only is Teddy Spaghetti so amazingly, he's smart enough to use AI girlfriends to boost his IQ. See, you gammas, if you try to use AI, your IQ is actually going to go down because you're not a snow leopard like he is. Oh, imagine that. Look, he likes that. Imagine all the gammas. Wait, we did this one too? Thank God. Women in religion. Oh, there's some repeats. I can get rid of some of these. Where AI sees the other side. This was the gamma thing. We did this. The gamma pattern. Thank God. All right, we're going to come back to that. We're saving that. That's the original. Oh, a lot of these are repeats. Thank goodness. Oh, that. So here's Adam's criticism. Oh, look, it's the fucking give me attention thing. We'll get that in the thing. All right, we're going to come back to that. We're going to come back. Because this is just this. This is where he says percentage in each category. Sigmas are a rounding error. There's very few snow leopards. Let me zap through this. Is there anything here I need to make fun of? There is no reason, because the point of the SSH is not classification or taxonomy for taxonomy's sake, but correct anticipation of behavior. Unless there is a material difference in predicted behavior, there is no need for such classifications. Hold on. So the point of the SSH, work through this with me, kids. Work through this with me. The point of the SSH is the correct anticipation of behavior. So the SSH is there to assist you in anticipating the behavior of a person. But here it says the point of the SSH is not classification. in order for, let's say Kate's looking for a snow leopard and she meets me. So let's say Kate is going to use the SSH to anticipate my behavior. Okay? Specific example, specific person. Kate is going to anticipate my behavior based on her understanding of the SSH. In order to anticipate my behavior based on the SSH, would she not be required to classify me into one of the SSH categories? But right here he says the point of the SSH is not classification. But to apply the SSH to anticipate a person's behavior, you have to classify them into one of the taxonomies in order to compare their behavior with the predicted behavior of the taxonomy, and then to see that they're consistent with it, and then you can use it in the future to predict their behavior. Classification is required, but he says that's not the point. Unless there is a material difference in predicted behavior, there's no need for classifications. But if you don't classify them, then you have no way of knowing if there's a material difference in the predictable behavior, because if you don't know what category they're in, you can't predict their behavior based on the categories. I mean, this is retard level shit, guys. This is, what does he call this? Smart boys. This is smart boys thinking. He has no understanding of his own fucking system. He doesn't even know how to use it. Anyhow, snow leopards are a rounding error. I have personally known a grand total of 2 other really attractive male models that I went to college with. Because see, back when Vox was 20 years old, that's what they called it. They called it going to college together. Let's see if there's anything else here that's worth talking about. Here, he thinks he's Clint Eastwood. See, I am the original example. The whole concept is derived from my personal experience of distinguishing that pattern of behavior, blah, 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 blah. It wasn't possible to use anyone else as an example because I am the only reason the concept exists in the first place. Wait, so what's the question? Hold on, let me back up. How do you reconcile A, declaring that a sigma shouldn't or wouldn't ever assert oneself to be a sigma, well, with the frequency you would publicly identify yourself as a sigma? Hey, here's the question we've been asking ourselves this entire time. I am the original example. Holy shit, guys, he's the alpha and the omega. There's no ego here. This is not at all like a woman. I am the original example. The whole concept is derived from my personal experiences and perspective. This entire fan fiction fantasy I've written is derived entirely from my personal experiences and perspective when I was in college with these 2 male models. And distinguishing that pattern of behavior from the alpha pattern that everyone else believed it to be. So see, he distinguished himself from the alphas. It wasn't possible to use anyone else as an example because I am the only reason the concept exists in the first place. There's no other example of snow leopards because I'm the reason the concept of snow leopard exists. Oh man, this is awesome. And that's why I call people retarded in the comments section and accuse them of being criminals, because I'm so snow leopard. All of the various examples that people point to now, correctly or incorrectly, only serve as examples because they happen to be similar in some way to my personal pattern. Holy fuck, the ego on this fucking faggot. Oh my God. Wow. I mean, seriously, I don't know I've ever seen anyone with this high of an opinion of themselves. I mean, this guy is out Andrew Tating Andrew Tate. There is no humility at all. And right here, Clint Eastwood is a better representation of the snow leopard. He thinks he's Clint Eastwood. The reason Sigma is seen as desirable is because, for whatever reason, many people find the description and the idea of my personal behavioral pattern to be a desirable one. No, they did not. Your personal behavioral pattern is sitting in a basement with your 4 AI girlfriends with no sense of humor and no friends. But being a modestly public figure, I cannot convincingly present my behavioral pattern as being any different than it is without being called out and exposed as a fraud. You are being called out, and I'm calling you a fraud. The same is not true for everyone just to declare, hey, I'm just like you, one reason or another. Which is, by the way, exactly what some people told me about comments even before I articulate them as far as hey, I'm just like... sure, there's a lot of people out there who want to say I'm just like you. I mean, that's... I don't know. Clint Eastwood. Guy, he's Clint Eastwood. He's the alpha and the omega. This is all based on him. There's nothing effeminate about it. There's nothing woman-like about any of this. All right, what do we got going here? See, this is him. This is, oh, look, all the alphas want to be like him. And, oh, look, the women, look, they're doing these motions like they're going to take their clothes off. See, there's him. See, there's, yeah. Yep, that's the gammas. All right, I don't know why this is here. Oh, this is kind of funny. This might be why this is here. Bucket mouse. I don't know what this mouse thing is on his website. I don't know what the mouse... If this is like a furry kind of thing where he presents himself as a mouse in the comic books. I don't know. I don't want to know. I have an amusing story about my Sigma husband. There is a recent incident in our church where, after the service, an old lady got trapped in the elevator. It was stuck between floors, and the safety mechanism didn't allow the doors to open. My husband watched some of the men struggle to first pry open the door, then pick the safety lock, then try to call the building maintenance worker. After several minutes, he quietly collected his tools from the car, returned, and removed the door. I'm not an elevator expert. Don't know how you can remove the door. I mean, I know it can be removed. Everything can be removed if you try hard enough. God, 2.5 hours. As soon as the lady was freed, he left as quickly as he possibly could. When we got to the car, I congratulated him on being the hero and wondered why he didn't seem pleased. All he replied was, quote, "Now I have to find a new church," unquote. That's autistic. That's not snow leopard. Why do you have to find a... So you have to find a new church just because you got some woman out of the elevator. So that means you weren't particularly attached to this church to begin with. If you weren't all that attached to the church, why the fuck were you going there? I thought religion was supposed to be important to you Christians. You just choose your church based on whether or not you've never had to like fix anything there with your tools? Why would you have to leave your church because you got a... No one's going to think... Guys, by next Sunday, they're going to have forgotten this was happened. See, this is you. You think, oh my God, I did this thing. I got a woman out of the elevator. Now I'm going to be so famous. No one's ever going to leave me alone. Every Sunday when I come to church, because I'm so amazingly snow leopard, all the other churchgoers are going to come to me and like, oh, Bucket Mouse husband, you're so amazing. 7 weeks ago when you got the old woman out of the elevator, here, we made you some cookies and we'd really like you to come over to our house and we'd like you to baptize our children because, oh my God, you're so amazing, Bucket Mouse husband. Wow, well, this is just inflated ego. These sigmas are not what they think they are. These sigmas are just retards. They're socially inept fucking retards. Oh, here's why this is here. As I continue to point out, the SSH is neither intended to be nor serves as an effective tool for self-contemplation. So once more, permit me to make a few relevant points abundantly clear. Hang on, I'm going to take a short break, compose my throat, like Theodore does after he gives blowjobs to male models. I'm going to compose my throat. I'm going to get some more water, possibly a little more whiskey, get up and move around. It's going to be about 2 minutes or something. I'll be back. And no, I'm not going to edit it the fuck out. You're going to deal with it. Jesus fucking Christ, you're going to deal with it. I should do a really loud fart in the background, except I don't have to fart. right, the gray one is coming back. I know you meant. I really enjoyed that silence. Everyone's like, oh, thank God he finally shut the fuck up. That's the best peace and quiet you've ever had, right? All right, where the fuck are we in this goddamn shit show? Man, it's beautiful outside. Holy shit, I gotta wrap this up. But I'm not going to cut it short. I really want to get this over with, but at the same time. And I had 3 pages of notes. I lost 1 page of notes. I have no idea where the fuck they are. I'll find it like 2 days from now. But I have the other 2 pages of notes right here. And then once we get through all of this, I'll just blow through those to make sure I covered everything. All right. The SSH is neither intended to be nor serves as an effective tool for self-contemplation. But I can see that as being valid. Yeah, I haven't put a whole lot of thought into the SSH and analyzing it. I've read these descriptions and thought about it. But I mean, I think he's generally correct about this. I don't know that if you sit here and you figure out which of these you are. I mean, I guess here's the thing. Does it matter? I don't know that it matters. And I would agree with him that it's not an effective tool for self-contemplation. Now, I'm not sure necessarily why he's saying it's not an effective tool for self-contemplation. And maybe he's about to explain that in these 4 enumerated points I'm about to read, which I haven't read yet, so I don't know what the fuck he's about to say. But here's the thing. For self-evaluation, you just look at where you are and you figure out where you want to be, and then you attempt to get there. I don't know that the SSH really helps you with either of those. Like if you're reading these descriptions, I don't think it's a very useful tool for self-contemplation. I'm not open to changing my opinion on that if I think about it some more, but that's my response so far. So I don't think he's wrong about that. I don't think it is useful for self-contemplation. All right, so once more, permit me to make a few relevant points abundantly clear. Number 1, no one, literally no one, cares what you believe yourself to be, which is why I have an entire website about how Sigma I am and why I tell everyone I'm a Sigma. Because literally no one cares what you believe yourself to be. You're right, Theodore. No one gives a fuck that you think you're a goddamn snow leopard. Because you're obviously not. And more importantly, even my opinion of where you are on the SSH doesn't matter. What matters is the girl selling Slurpees at the 7-Eleven. Her and Kate. They're the one. If Kate told me you're a snow leopard, I might believe her. You, I don't believe. No one here is going to take anything you say about yourself at face value. No one believes you, and there is absolutely no value to anyone, including yourself in your own self-identification. That is correct, Theodore. No one believes anything you're saying about yourself. I don't believe you're fucking 205 IQ. I don't believe that you're a snow leopard. I do believe that you have 4 AI girlfriends. That part I'll believe. Okay, number 2, you're not a Sigma. If you think you're a Sigma, you're probably a Gamma. Because his status as the only living Sigma, along with these 2 male models, is so sacred to him. And anything that threatens his snow leopardness. It's like that quote from Dark Star, right? They go to the captain, there's a what is something's going on, and it's like he's talking about my ego, and they say, well, Captain, this is more important. And the captain says, if there's anything more important on this ship than my ego, I want it found and shot. That's Teddy Spaghetti. Anything that anyone thinks is more important than his ego has to be destroyed. If you're sending a wall of text telling everyone how excited you are to finally know that you're definitely a gamma, but you're definitely a gamma, your entire blog is a wall of text, guys. Sigma is not introversion. Sigma is not the head cheerleader in the high school. Remember your name. No one. This is fluff. Sigma is everyone thinking you're an alpha, dating a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, and getting into a fight with a member of the Red Hot Chili Peppers over a stripper in a Los Angeles nightclub. Okay, if that's what Sigma is, then Sigma might be gayer than I thought it was. Sigma is everyone thinking you're an alpha. Okay, I actually, unlike Theo, I actually don't care what other people think of me that much. I mean, to an extent, because I have a job, so I have to care what people think of me in the context of keeping my job and not getting fired. We've recently talked about that, where I've talked about actually being racist. And I'm having an ongoing discussion with that. I got some comments on my website that disagreed with me. Even though I did give the guy a little bit of shit. I did. But then I also had an intelligent conversation because he raised some good points. Because I'm not a snow leopard. My ego is not so goddamn fragile that it's impossible for me to tolerate someone questioning my opinions and my evaluations and my worldview. I mean, all of this really comes down to the fact that as much as Teddy Spaghetti wants you to think he is not insecure, he is vastly insecure. I know I'm beating on the dead horse, but he's so goddamn insecure. It eases out, because everything he writes is about how not insecure he is and how gammas are just so insecure and how everyone who disagrees with him is a gamma. Sigma is everyone thinking you're an alpha. Okay. Dating a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader. Okay, first of all, Dallas sucks. Secondly, the Dallas Cowboys suck. And I mean, I'm sure there's a couple of Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. I would why do I want to date a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader? What's appealing about that? I'd rather date the girl who's selling me Slurpees at 7-Eleven. And getting into a fight with a member of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, I worked a gig for that band, over a stripper at a Los Angeles nightclub. Why are you in Los Angeles? Los Angeles is a shithole. What are you doing in a strip club? Is this what Sigmas do for entertainment? To go to strip clubs? I went to strip clubs when I was in the military. You know, unlike Fox, who was never in the military. I was thinking maybe the reason... So let me tell you guys a story. Because again, Theo and I were 20 years old at about the same time. When I was 20 years old, I was in the military. And there was a guy in our unit. I've told this story before. And we suspected that he was a homosexual. And so we followed him around. I'm not exaggerating any of this. We tailed him. We followed him. We wanted to find out, is he a homosexual? Because he didn't have anything to do with chicks. We wanted to find out, is he a fag? Because if he was a homosexual, we were going to kill him. Now, for those of you who are young or boomers or might be a little bit slow, I'm not speaking metaphorically. We got a gun. Everyone thinks you're in the military. If there's not guns all over the place in the military, at least there weren't when I was in there. We got a gun. we were going to shoot him dead if he was a faggot. Turns out he was not a faggot. He was actually one of the original MGTOWs. He was like, no, I mean, I like girls. It's just I've had some bad experiences. They piss me off. I just don't want to put up with girls right now. And that's why I'm not dating any girls. I don't chase girls. I don't go to the strip club. I just don't want anything to do with girls right now. We're like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. No problem with that. But if he was a fag, we were literally going to kill him. And so that's why Theo didn't join the military. He went to college because in college, sucking the dicks of male models was perfectly acceptable. If Theo would have done that shit in the military, he'd be dead. I don't even know if Teddy Spaghetti is American. I could type that into Google. Do I care? Do I care enough? Let's find out. What nationality is Vox? Oh my God, Minnesota! Minnesota. Minnesota. Oh, hold on. We're going down the rabbit hole. Oh, okay. This took an unexpected. Minnesota. Oh, look. His daddy was rich. His daddy was a lawyer and political activist who founded a software company, which is how Vox got his start as a fucking game. He worked for daddy. Oh no. Mexican. Oh. He claims his great-grandfather was a revolutionary who fought alongside Pancho Villa. Oh, boy, this is some fan fiction shit. Oh, his father's legal issues. Guys, this is my AI girlfriend. I was gonna call her Rebecca, but that's Theodore's mom's name. Tax evasion. All right, as an anarchist, I can't really blame you for tax evasion. I mean, living as a federal fugitive. His wife divorced him and divorced him and successfully moved to seize his assets. Ah, yes, women, you girls are so loyal. His other son, Alistair Robert. All right, all right. Anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. All right. Anyway, Minnesota. All right, so that's why Vox didn't join the military when he was 20 years old, because he would have been killed for being a homosexual. So anyhow, I don't know why you're in a strip club in Los Angeles. That is definitely not snow leopard. The prime utility of the SSH is about identifying other men and anticipating their behavior. Yeah, I can agree with that. That does seem to me to be the prime utility. However, to do that, you do have to classify them. Was that on this page where he said you can't classify them? No, that was somewhere else. Anyway, this will help you. Yes, it will. In workplace or your career, personal. Yep. Yeah, sure. I mean, absolutely. So I've claimed that their use of the SSH, professional lives, help them complete projects successfully, avoid landmines, increase income. Yeah, of course. I mean, understanding other people and being able to accurately predict their responses and behavior is always going to be beneficial to you. I mean, of course it is. This is a system that will allow you to, he's right, this is a system that will allow you to anticipate other people's behavior. It's not going to be valid every single time because humans are unpredictable. Nothing's valid every single time. But again, looking at it, I can see it would be valid. I mean, I feel very safe saying that it would be valid more often than it's not, but that could, that could be 51% to 49%. But still, I think it's a very useful tool. So we're back to, even though I am attacking him personally, let's be clear, okay? This is a personal attack, just for any of you in the fucking cheap seats. I don't disagree with everything he's saying. There's a lot of good, intelligent stuff here. This is not a marketing scheme. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is how you make your money. Because you're not making any money making these shitty AI music videos. You're selling books. I mean, I'm assuming he doesn't have a real job. Just because I don't know how he could. What is the... Could. I can't talk. Primary income, independent publisher, author, video game designer, media network operator. So there you go. Yeah, this is where he makes his money. So yeah, it is a marketing scheme. Your entire online presence is a marketing scheme. It's how you make your money. No self-awareness. I don't know that any of this is anything else I need to read. That was the main point, was those things right there. Okay, we're moving on. All right, we're going to come back to, where are we at? Okay, Heather, we're coming back to that. We're coming back to that. Winter market, we did the winter market already. That's fucking terrible. Here's his AI Central. This is his other Substack where he just writes about fucking AI, because why not? We don't need that. All right, there's that. There's this. Why nothing works anymore. When AI video go wrong. Okay, I got this over here. So is this... Hold on. Is this what I think it is? Oh, okay, great. There's that. Yes, I have that. Didn't want to lose that. We're going to do that. All right. Holy shit, we're actually getting close to the end. Maybe. But then, oh my God, but then we've got the fucking cum shot at the end. It's right over here, guys. It's tab number 1. It's, you know how when you watch the porn movie, don't tell me you haven't watched a porn movie. Here's the question. Do you watch porn movies that have 2 women? Porn movies that have a woman and a man? Or porn movies that have 2 men? I mean, we know which one Teddy Spaghetti watches. The Great One will not lie. The Great One has watched porn in his life. All right? Let's see about, I've never seen porn. I'm so pure. I watch porn movies that have 2 women. At least 2. If it's 2 women and 1 man, I can live with that. But it's got to be at least 2 women. I'm just saying movies. Nobody watches the whole movie. Hey, look, here's this porn movie. It's 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours? Dude. I got shit to do. All right, we're getting close to the money shot. Let's do these 3 right here. Lessons to be learned from avoidable tragedy in Brazil. We're not going to read about the woman jumped off of a fucking bungee jumping thing. She wasn't actually, the rope was not attached to her body. Genius. Okay. This is why nothing works anymore. Low IQ, low trust people cannot be trusted to do the necessary thing, let alone the reasonable thing, and you can completely forget about any possibility that they will somehow stumble upon the smart thing. Okay, this is 100% correct. The point of this next segment, the segment we're in right now, this is where I prove to you that many things he has written and said are valid, true, intelligent, and I agree with them. Okay, that's the segment we're in right now. This is not the personal attack segment. This is the I agree with Fox Day on these things segment. Second, far too many women are little more than passive bystanders in their own lives. Yes, because they're spoiled. They think that they're always going to be protected. No matter what, how many years have I been saying this? Women go through life with this understanding and this impression and this fantasy that no matter what happens to them, they will always get bailed out. And it's because no matter what stupid shit women do, what happens? Every time a woman does anything stupid, what happens? A man, in specific, her father, her brother, her husband, her son, her grandfather, a man in specific, or men in general, the police, the fire department, the paramedics, the military, the government, the taxpayers, a man or men bail her out. Here's some subsidized health care. I will come pick you up because your car broke down because you didn't notice that there was no air in your fucking tire and you drove it and the fucking tire fell off and now it won't move anymore. Right? Whatever it is, whatever mistake women make, men bail them out over and over and over and over. And that is entirely our fault. And until we stop doing that and until we start being more racist, nothing's going to change. Far too many women are little more than passive bystanders in their own lives, or in this case, their own deaths. I recognize the female distaste for personal responsibility. Yeah, nailed it. And I understand that women's determination to avoid all personal accountability from anyone and anything, including God and gravity, for their own actions. Yes, I mean, that's actually a really good sentence. Women's determination to avoid, for an AI written sentence, that's really good. I mean it. I'm being serious. That's great. Women's determination to avoid all personal accountability from anyone and anything, including God and gravity, for their own actions. He nailed it. He fucking nailed it. But even the most avowedly feminist young woman must be able to grasp that disavowing personal accountability to the point you're not even going to notice or comment upon the fact that you don't have a rope or bungee cord or anything at all attaching to the bridge you're trying to jump off of is simply not a sustainable philosophy. Wrong. I said I was going to go wrong. You are overestimating the ability of women to think. You're way overestimating what a woman is capable of. No, they're dumber than fuck. Hey, you niggers, come on over. Wow, open borders, refugees, welcome. I like diversity because I want tacos. You're way overestimating a women's capability. I mean, it's bad enough to assert that you have the right to wear anything, no matter how provocative, anywhere without expecting any negative consequences. But this is definitely an expansion of the concept. If it is going to survive, I think society needs to require at least a modicum of self-awareness and self-preservation on the part of its young women. Yeah, he's completely right. If we're going to survive, we have to fucking control the whores. They're not going to do it on their own. We have to do it for them. Social media is full of women discussing the pluses and minuses of the so-called coffee date. It does it so no one cares what women are discussing. They're stupid. Again, listen to women talking to each other. There's nothing more painful than listening to women talk to each other. I told the story because I wonder, like, those of you who are subscribed, because I think I have like 100 and something YouTube subscribers. So seriously, why are you subscribed to my YouTube channel, but you don't listen to my podcast? There's this chick that I wanted to bang, and I overheard, because I was in the next room, I listened to her talking to another woman for like 5 to 10 minutes. And that conversation was so fucking inane that it literally, Hitler, guys, literally, I'm the alpha and omega. I'm using myself as the example here because I'm the only person perfect enough to use as an example, and everyone else must be compared to me because my snow leopardness is the most amazing snow leopardness that's ever existed, and nobody else can snow leopard as much as I can snow leopard, all right? Listening to that conversation between two women, literally Hitler destroyed all the desire and interest I had in having sex with her. I've seen her since then, multiple. I don't even speak to her anymore. It's destroyed all interest I have. Just listening to women talk to other women is the most painful thing. They are so fucking dumb. And this is why when you talk to a woman, you have to control the conversation, because if you let her control the conversation, it's going to get stupid and boring, and then she's going to assume that you're stupid and boring because the conversation became stupid and boring. It's not going to register to her because she doesn't have self-awareness. You know, there might be somebody else we're talking about today that doesn't have any self-awareness. She doesn't have the self-awareness to know that the conversation is stupid and boring because she contributed the stupid, boring parts to the conversation. You cannot let the bitch control the conversation any more than you can let women control society, which is what we're doing right now, which is why we're being flooded by niggers, and why we all have the debt, and why we got the Jews in control of everything, and why, oh my God, my abortions, and why women are all fat and tattooed, and on and on and on ad nauseum. Okay. I'm now drinking the cheap whiskey because I can only have the occasional glass of the good whiskey because it's too fucking expensive for me to drink it that often. All right, here we go. This discussion is inspired by entitled women. Okay, hold on. Theo, are you implying that there are non-entitled women? I'll fight you on this one. This discussion is inspired by entitled women declaring, rather optimistically most of the time, that they will automatically reject any man who asks them on a coffee date instead of committing to spend several $100s on them for a, quote, real date, unquote. Now, see, all right, look. Now, I'm not, here he did too. I mean, I have books. I could look this up. See, now I've seen both opinions. See, he's doing the quote, right? And then the period is out. Everyone's going, great one. Is this? Yes, I will talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. You don't have to listen. All those years ago, Al sent me a fucking nasty gram. Great one. You spent the first 25 minutes of the podcast talking about plastic containers that you put comic books in. I'm like, nigger, you don't have to listen. I will talk about whatever I want to talk about. Yeah, I talked about plastic containers for comic books for 25 fucking minutes. You don't have to listen. Fuck you. I'm not begging for money. This is how I make a living. I don't have to fucking appease you in exchange for cuck bucks. My YouTube videos are not monetized. So does the punctuation go inside the quote marks are outside? See, for a long time, I thought it went outside, like what Vox is doing here. To me, that looks correct. That feels correct. My feel feels. That seems right to me. The punctuation should go outside of the quote because the punctuation is part of the sentence as a whole. Now, if the punctuation is part of the quote, then it would go inside. I don't know, that baffled me for a long time because I used to always write it like Vox is writing it right here. And then I changed it because I came upon the impression from somewhere that the punctuation should go inside the quotation marks. But now this makes me rethink. Maybe see, this is what it's like, guys. I don't just like, oh my God, look, Theodore put the punctuation outside the quotes. He's a retard. Let me type his name into Google and see if he's a criminal. See, this is the difference between a masculine man and an effeminate man. This is what it's like to actually be an alpha omega snow leopard. You're welcome. All right. And then, of course, Vox didn't invent this himself, but we all know it's true. Always pay attention. Pay zero attention to what women say and watch what they do. The reality is, a woman who is into you will very cheerfully accept an invitation to literally anything. That is true. Doesn't matter if it's an invitation to a free weight workout and she doesn't even lift. It doesn't matter if it's an invitation to a family function and she barely knows you and has no interest in meeting your family. It doesn't matter if it's an invitation to attend church on Sundays and she's not a Christian. If she is into you, she will go. That is 100% accurate. Conversely, if she's not interested in meeting you for a coffee date, then she's not into you. That is 100% true, boys. That is 100% true, kiddos. And she still isn't into you if she agrees to let you take her to an expensive restaurant, big ticket sports event, fly to Tahiti. She's using you to obtain the experience. That is 100% correct, boys. Do not ever ask a girl out to anything expensive the first time. He is 100%. Trying to impress women is what a man does when he's out of his league and he knows it. I completely agree. That is exactly correct. Exactly correct. Don't do that. Life, love, relationships, and marriages are difficult enough without increasing your difficulty rating by trying to establish an incompatible, unbalanced situation. This is 100% correct. 100% correct. If she haughtily rejects your invitation to a humble coffee date, don't be angry or upset. Absolutely. Be relieved she showed you who she was and spared you lots of time, money, and emotional turmoil from the start. 100% correct. Everything he wrote there is right. This, 10 rules for business. Again, why is there a picture of a hot redhead? Okay. Other than that, I stumbled on this. I mean, this is brilliant. This is great. Number one, answer the fucking question. How many times in my podcast have I bitched about where I ask someone a question and they answer a question that isn't the fucking question that I asked? Answer the fucking question. Absolutely. Someone asks you a question, that goes back to being more racist. If someone asks me someone says, great one. What is your opinion of homosexuals? I'm going to answer that question. I don't give a shit if you like the answer or not. And I don't remember what's on here. Maybe it is. But if not, so the corollary of this, I would say is, I don't know if corollary is exactly the right word. Answer the fucking question. The part one, that's 1A. 1B is don't ask a question if you don't want the answer. Again, this is business. We're talking about in business, not your personal life, not your day. This is business. Do not explain anything to anyone unless asked for an explanation. Absolutely. This is so fucking true. In the workplace, do not. The way I always tell people this, I say, do not give anyone more information than they need. So when I ask you a question or whatever, you give the amount of information absolutely required to answer the question or to explain something. Do not give anything in addition. Do not volunteer information ever. Anytime you do that, it is likely going to get you in trouble. I have seen people get in all kinds of fucking trouble for explaining things when an explanation was not required or asked for, or explaining things in too much depth. This should be fucking written in stone. do not explain anything to anyone unless you're asked for an explanation. Always do your job. Yep, I completely agree. Never forget never forget that your job is not the sole purpose of the organization. That's true. There's more to it than just you. Only give one instruction at a time, in person, on the phone, or via email. Yes, do not send an email with a list of things to do. One instruction at a time. Give people one instruction to execute. When they finish with that, give them another instruction. That's how that works. Here it is. Always answer the question that was actually asked, not the question you anticipated, the question you think should have been asked, or the question you suspect the answer will provoke. That is 100% true. Management consists of managing the schedules of those who report to you. That is absolutely true. Never hide information from those with decision-making authority. That great one. Didn't you say up here not to explain? No, he's right. Listen to this. If they make a fully informed mistake, it's on them. If they make a mistake because you hid information from them, it's on you. That's true. So that's why I say you do not explain anything unless you ask for an explanation. When you give the explanation, you give the information they need. You don't embellish it. You don't add stuff they don't need, but you feel, what do they need? Okay, they need this. So yes, if they make a decision based on stupid shit, turns out that you withheld something, that's your ass. Number 9, no one cares about your opinion or your evaluation of where you fit in on the SSH. But hey, he's right. No one cares about your opinion. They don't. That's a fact. They don't. And don't expect pats on the back or praise. Remember that your main reason for being there is because they give you money. Absolutely. You get rewards. You get praise for your job. It's called money. I go to work. I expect no praise and backpacking. Backpacking is on my time. Backpatting. That's all 100% true. I agree with every bit of that. So the man's not wrong about everything. He's not. He just isn't. All right, we got that. We got this. And then we've got the cum shot. All right, let's do this. This is going to go fast. I'm going to take another break. Heathers. So here's the deal. Remember, he doesn't need social validation, guy. He doesn't need social validation. Heathers. Yeah, they're all right, sure. I don't know, man. I mean, Winona Ryder was pretty hot. There's the Heathers. If you haven't seen the movie Heathers, you have to watch that. So anyhow, we've gone down. Here's some more Heathers. Difference between an 8 and a 10. Heather Locklear doesn't have a single. It compares with Heather Thomas. I mean, really, 8, 10. I could go with that. Let's zoom in on this, maybe. I don't know how big. Come on. There. Oh, God, it's the same fucking size. That was useless. I mean, the one on the right, I would say she is objectively cuter. Although on the left, in this picture, she looks like she's not wearing much makeup. This one, she looks like she's more made up. Anyway, doesn't matter. Here we go. More Heatherness. Yep. It's hot. So anyhow, and that look more cuties. Yeah, cuties. Yep. And we come on something, I don't know. Would not bang. Oh yeah, no. 4th grade education. Oh, no woman needs an education past 4th grade. That's fine. Anyhow, doesn't matter. We go down here. I don't know about, what's that? Same height. Legs are longer. Oh yeah, definitely. Longer legs, body proportions. Anyway, what the fuck? Wow, that's hideous. So and here's the money shot, guys. Remember, he doesn't need external validation, and that's why I am biased anyway. I am not. In fact, neither of these women was ever my favorite. Heather, I married one. His wife is named Heather, and yes, she's still beautiful. Here's a picture of me with my, look, once again, I mean, he's not a bad looking, I don't think he's a bad looking human. The haircut is gayer than fuck, but you can fix that. But he's not ugly. I got to be honest. Great one, are you supposed to be insulting him? I am insulting him, but I'm not going to lie. He's not ugly. Like, wow, look guys, here's my wife. Look, I can get a hot girl. See everybody? See? Here's a picture of my wife. When you have to put a picture of your wife on the internet to get validation, yeah, no. All right, here we go. He's got an AI. He made a music video. Let's do the music video. Then we'll take another very short break. And then we're going to come back for the money shot. Good God, this is 3 hours, 15 minutes. First things first. I have not watched the music video. First things first. He's wearing a Hard Rock Cafe t-shirt. Now, I don't know if you've ever been to a Hard Rock Cafe. Some of you may not even know what a Hard Rock Cafe is, because I'm not sure if Hard Rock Cafe is popular anymore. I don't wear t-shirts that have logos on them unless the company represented by the logo has paid me money. I don't do free advertising. But Teddy Spaghetti, see, he's a snow leopard. He operates outside the framework, and so he does advertising for Hard Rock Cafe for free because he's so outside of the mainstream. He's so cool. Then his AI video made by his 4 AI girlfriends in his basement. I mean, I keep my girlfriends in the basement. I keep my girlfriends in locks and chains, though, with little fucking ball gags in their mouths so they don't make a lot of noise. I mean, it's annoying because I have to change out the little buckets they pee in on a regular basis. But the basement is where you should keep your girlfriends. Did I mention that nowhere in any of his writing have you seen any kind of humor at all? Even misogynistic humor, like what I just did. No humor at all. It's completely sterile and boring. Because he's sterile and boring. Does he have any kids? Does he have any kids? I'm pretty... I can't say this. Voss. Does Voss... I think we know the answer to this, but I might be... Whoa! Really? All right. I mean, I'm assuming this information is correct, that I was wrong. Wow, look at that guy. Did you notice how when I found out I was wrong, did you notice how I didn't call him retarded? Or Google his name to find out if he's a criminal? Isn't that amazing? Wow. 3 kids. All right. Good for him. I hope he spends time. I hope he spends time with them. I hope he's a good father. Not because I give a shit about him, but I hope he's a good father for his children. Remember, as I say about children, children can't control who they were born to. Children can't control who their parents are. So I hope he's a good father for his kids. So anyhow, the video starts out, we've got commercialized, dick sucking for a Hard Rock Cafe. That's gay in and of itself. All right, let's see where this is going to go. I have no idea. Should I expand this? Let's see what this is going to do. Full screen. All right, let's do it. Full screen, baby. We're going full screen. Okay, spacebar pauses. Oh, a cute little Asian girl. Okay. Is that Japanese? See, I can't really tell Japanese from Chinese. Maybe I could tell, maybe not. All right, she's reasonably. The Japanese are the only race that I consider to be equal to your Northwestern Europeans.
Pretty on the weekend, call me when you get in, and I might show you around.
Right, she's walking okay, so the old time car. Why is she just walking around like that in her cheerleader outfit?
I was only leaving word to see who gets to you first. Well, I guess it could be worse. Heard about the legends, read about the scars. Really makes you think sometimes.
Now she's tarting herself up.
About the legends, read about the scars. Turns out that girls love guitars.
Girls love guitars? Okay, no, they don't. Well, this is interesting. Adam Piggott just recently wrote a post about this, about guitars and girls. There's this myth that girls love guitars. No, they don't. Girls like men who have a lot of money, and some men who have a lot of money play guitar. That's how they got the money. She doesn't give a shit if you play guitar or not. Women, the guitar is the race. Women are not interested in the race. Women are interested in standing at the finish line waiting for the winner. That is, girls love guitars. I got to make a note. I got to find Adam Pigot's post and link that. I'm going to write that down. I'll probably forget. Adam guitars. Girl love guitars. So this is country music. Now we're doing country music. Okay, instead of like thrash, whatever that other shit was we listened to. We got country music going on. All right, so she's going down to a little skank bar. Yep. Oh wait. Hang on. Shit, I gotta back up. All right, so she's tarting herself up.
Heard about the legends, read about the scars. Turns out that girls love guitars.
All right, I'm looking. How's the diversity factor? White people. Looks like mostly white people. White people. Yeah, blonde. Another Oriental right there. Blonde, white. Yeah, but mostly white people. Right. Okay, those lips did not match those words at all. Wait, whoa, what did he just say? It's a little hazy when you won't tell me your age. The man is saying it's a little hazy when you won't tell me your age. So he's picking up junior high girl? Like, it's a little hazy when you won't tell me your age. Okay, this is very Sigma. When I talk about banging 17-year-olds, I'm a pedophile. But the Sigma is like, oh, it's a little hazy when you won't tell me how old you are. Okay. All right, let's do this.
Pretty on the outside, poison on the inside.
Well, you got that part right about women.
I don't think
Race mixing. So the white man is trying to bang the nigger woman. Okay, that tells us a lot of what we need to know about Teddy Spaghetti's worldview. We've inserted race. I say, but this one's Oriental. Okay, but I just said Japanese are equivalent to Northwestern Europeans. Niggers are animals. Oh, a little jealousy there. A bunch of white people. Oh, look, she's going in. Oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah, because women really do that. I should probably be listening to the lyrics. What's psychos and scars? What in the fuck are they? All right, I need to listen to the lyrics.
Inside, I don't think there's a cure. Bitchy on the outside, beauty on the inside.
Bitchy on the outside. Hold on.
Poison on the inside. I don't think there's a cure.
So hold on. All right, look. Great one. Are you an autist? Possibly. All right. So she's standing here, right? So she's looking. Bam. Clear field of view to the white guy and the nigger woman, right? She gets there's nobody in the way. Now she's walking through the crowd. Where do all these people come from?
Beauty on the inside. I guess it could be worse. Heard about
I guess it could be worse. Yeah, they're psychos.
Really makes you think sometimes. Heard about the tattoos, crashing all the cars. Turns out that girls love guitars. Gets a little crazy looking down from the stage.
I mean, this is mediocre AI. What's the point, though? A little hazy when I can't tell your age. Oh my God! Look at the homoerotic drum player. I bet that's one of the other Sigmas. That guy could be a male model. Okay, that right there, that's a fucking male model right there. Ooh, he's so snow leopard. Okay, how's the crowd? Do I see white people, white people, white people? Okay. White people. Let's see a lot of white people. So there was only like one token nigger in this video so far. It was the woman that the guitar player was trying to bang. I mean, it looks like white people, white people, white people. That's. I mean, the video's moving. That might be a nod. It's hard to tell. Doesn't matter that much. Wow, look at the pimples. Holy shit, that's some pretty good AI. Yeah, she's in high school. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't bang cute girls in high school.
Honey on the outside, sugar on the inside. Tell me you're not still in school. I was only leaving just to make sure I got there first.
What?
I guess it could be worse. Heard about the cougars smoking their cigars. Really makes you think sometimes.
Oh, there's the evil. So like the evil nigger woman like tipped him off that she was still in high school.
Away from psycho.
So what does that have to do with guitars?
Hanging around the bars. Turns out that girls love guitars.
Are we gonna get a cat fight?
A little crazy looking down from the stage. And maybe it's just a little hazy.
Ooh, the negress is back. Oh, there's a nigger. There's one right there. Okay, go. Whew, man. That's really getting. That's like maybe half nigger. Oh, thank God we're getting some diversity in here finally.
Once we thought that we were rock stars. Turns out.
Yeah, I mean like that's some bad AI. Look at the hair up there, and see this is kind. I mean the pimples on her face were good, but like that's not that exciting.
Girls just love guitars.
Oh, the nigger got him. Ooh, I got my hooks in him. Gonna get me some white meat. What was the point of that? So how much electricity had to be used by a data center so that we could suffer through that? He's really proud of this. Turns out better than I expected. The song itself is AI generated. This is reasonably close to the current state of AI art in the hands of a very amateur video editor. What's the point? Like, so great. So everybody churns out a fucking shitty ass video like this. What's the point? Once again, where's the viewer count? How many people have actually suffered through that garbage that I just look? That's fucking terrible. Here's the other reason we're here. When people make AI videos these days, it's usually wise to focus on a vertical 9:16 format for two reasons. First, most people watch videos on their phones. Second, the smaller resolution screen real estate mean less room for AI to make mistakes, blah, blah, blah. Vertical. What have I said on my podcast? The day is coming when movies and TV shows are going to be in vertical format because the retards think that that's a thing. I mean, we saw the other video from him with the stupid cyberpunk guy that was in vertical format. See, you want to do it that way, most people watch videos on their phones. Are people too stupid to rotate the phone 90 degrees? The answer to that is yes. We're getting dumber all the time, and he's participating in the process of getting dumber, and he's too fucking dumb to know it. That was brutally retarded and useless. And I'm serious. What's the point? What's the market for that? Who in the fuck is going to sit around consuming shitty videos like that thing we just watched? All right, 3 hours and almost 30 minutes. I'm going to take another short break, and then we're going to do the cum shot. All right. So I just remembered there's another reason I wanted to talk about the music video thing. And I'm not at the microphone yet, so don't be, oh my God, it's not, just give me a minute, I'm getting there. Here's another reason I wanted to do that music video thing. He's on and on about AI, how awesome AI, AI this, AI that. Why the fuck do I have the light on? I don't need the light. It's daylight outside. I have windows. Not in my mom's basement. I have windows. All right. Man, it's beautiful outside. He's all proud of himself because he did this little fucking gay ass AI video, right? He's all, and he did it with AI. Here's his tools. He's a tool. Here's his tools. I have made a music video, and honestly, mine's better than his. But in my case, I wanted to make a music video, and so I knew this person who was involved in an organization that promoted local bands, and I went to her and I said, hey, I want to make a music video. Any of these bands you promote, they want a music video? I'll make it for free. I just want to do it purely for the experience. So totally for free. I just want to do this. She said, well, let me ask around. They found a band, and then we found a venue, and then we put out a call, and we got a bunch of people to show up as extras. And we got together with the band, and I organized things. And then in the process, I discovered the band, when they showed up, their audio guy wasn't there yet. They didn't know how to set up their own gear. I don't know how you can be a musician and don't know how to set up your own equipment, but they didn't. And then the bass player showed up, and he wasn't at the meeting. And the bass player, it turns out that he was a homosexual, and he didn't like any of the ideas we had for what the music video would look like. And everybody deferred to him, and I had no idea about these dynamics. And so it caught me off guard. And so I had all these hot chicks there. And there's all these things that happened. And on one hand, did it take a lot of work and time, and we could call it pain in the ass, that maybe you don't have to endure if you're doing things with AI? Yes. But that was the experience. I learned things. First, I organized things. I made this happen. This is called leadership. This video exists because of me. I created this with the help of other people. I herded cats. I got other photographers and videographers to show up and shoot footage. Took all the footage. I mixed the footage. I didn't have AI, didn't do it. I mixed the footage together into a final video. I got other people to show up to be extras. Other people to show up to be hot girls wearing skimpy clothing. Other people to show up and shoot video. I got the venue. I got pizza donated for free. I got the band to show up. I organized and created all of this stuff. This isn't about me, I'm so awesome, but this is about I had an experience with other humans because I'm not a social retard like Teddy Spaghetti is. I organized a group of people for the purpose of accomplishing a mission, and the mission was accomplished. The mission was accomplished. That's called leadership. You cannot cultivate and learn leadership sitting in your basement with your 4 AI girlfriends. Interacting with other humans is how you become a better person yourself. It's how you learn about other people. It's how you discover your faults and your weaknesses and things you need to work on. It's how you create stuff. And then after the video is over, I had all these people. Who knows who? Who? Tell me the names of the people who know about this shitty little fucking AI video about banging a high school girl, which I'm totally okay with. How many people know about this other than you and me? My music video, by the time when it was done, everybody who participated, as soon as they found out it was released, I was like, hey, here's the music video that I was in. my IQ is 205 because I have AI. This is just horse shit. All right, I think I do want to go ahead and look at my notes real quick before we go to the cum shot. The cum shot is coming up. Okay, we don't need to look at Theo. The tragedy of actually thinking you are always right. I talked about that. Again, I make the joke, I'm always right, yada, yada, yada. Teddy Spaghetti actually thinks he's always right. And it's pathetic. Sigma game, Sigma and game. We talked about that. We're going to talk about this in just a minute. We got all that. Sigmas don't spend this much time telling everyone how Sigma and girl boss they are. Again, it's like women are, I'm strong and independent. I'm strong and independent. I'm Sigma. My IQ is 205, right? I'm strong and independent. I have 3 college diplomas and a career. I mean, he sounds just like a fucking woman. The AI pictures of him, we did that. So you've probably read, you've heard, right, about this thing. Well, there's people out there that if you ask them this question, like, what if you didn't eat breakfast today? What would your day be like? Or what the fuck ever it is. And the people say, well, but I did eat breakfast. And they're, quote unquote, incapable of conceiving of a world in which they didn't eat breakfast because they did eat breakfast. I think Teddy is a lot like this. It's inconceivable to him that there's a world in which he is erroneous about anything. And this goes back to when you think you know everything, you're really stupider than fuck because you've put yourself in this position where you can never learn anything. In the world of Zen, they call it beginner's mind, right? Where you approach everything as if you know nothing. So I'll go into something where I do know something about it, and somebody will say, what do you know about this? And I will tell them straight up. I say, pretend I don't know anything. Start at the very beginning. And then I shut up and I listen. And 90% of what they tell me may be something I already know. But there's 10% in there like, shit, I never knew that. And so when you go through life with this fucking snow leopard attitude of I know everything and anyone who critiques anything I say is some fucking loser ass fucking gamma retard, I mean, you're never going to get any smarter. You can fucking diddle yourself with your AI girlfriend all you want, but you're not going to get any smarter if that's your approach to things. If you know everything, then you have nowhere to go, and you're stuck right where you are for the rest of your life. There's all kinds of things I don't know. I can learn all kinds of stuff. I can discover all kinds of new information. I can get new insights. I can expand my understanding of the world and my worldview from where it is right now. I can expand it to larger places. Teddy Spaghetti can't. He's stuck in one fucking place. Because everyone who isn't him is a retard and a gamma. His alt-right thing. Let's delve into this just real quick. Fox Day. Images. He's written a number of books. I haven't read any. The only books of his I've read are the SJWs Always Double Down and SJWs Always Lie. So here's his comic books. Alt Hero, because he thinks he's alt-right. What is this alt shit? Like alternative. So what is the right? Well, the right is cuckservitards. The right is liberals from 5 years ago. So if you're an alt-right, well, what the fuck is alt-right? Like you're an alternative cuckservitard? You're still a cuck, you're just an alternative cuck? Like I don't, the whole alt thing. I know that was the rage for a while. I don't really get it. I think it's just retarded. Brief aside. Snow leopard, we covered that. Oh, you know how I always make fun of internet atheists? Again, I'm an atheist. I don't think God exists in the sense that Christians and Muslims and Jews think. Well, I don't know what the fuck Jews. Fuck Jews. I don't think that God exists in the sense that Christians and Muslims think God exists. So I'm an atheist. But you know how I make fun of internet atheists? Because there's no such thing as God. It's like, okay, but so you have a YouTube channel, right? Yeah. What do you talk about on your YouTube channel? God. So you have an entire YouTube channel where you talk about God, but God doesn't exist. Yeah. So God is kind of like the center of your life. That's how I feel between Teddy and Gammas. Like, Gammas are all these retards that think they're Sigmas and they're beneath him. But how many of his posts did we read? And, you know, Grant, we're not looking at every post on his site, but how much of his writing is about Gammas? He's like an internet atheist who can't shut up about God. Like, hi, I'm a snow leopard, and I just can't stop talking about Gammas. Because Gammas are such total retarded losers. Gammas are really fucking lame. Did you know how lame Gammas are? Did you know Gammas are the lamest thing on earth? Let me tell you about how stupid Gammas are. Gammas are so retarded. I'm gonna do a live stream. I'm gonna talk for 3 hours about Gammas. Hey guys, I wrote a new post on my website. It's over on my Substack. You can subscribe. I wrote another post about Gammas because I wrote a post. This is a follow-up post on my post yesterday about Gammas, and I think tomorrow I'm gonna do a post. I'm gonna talk about Gammas. I'm gonna talk about how these Gammas got on the internet, and there's this one Gamma, and he left a comment on the internet about some things that I wrote. I said, oh my God, you're so Gamma. Let me do a post about how Gamma it is for Gammas to say anything about anything I wrote on the internet, because when I write something on the internet, it should be totally beyond any critique from anybody whatsoever, and anyone who critiques it is a Gamma. And I'm gonna talk about these Gammas. I need to really call attention to these Gammas because I hate Gammas. Gammas are the worst thing ever. So let's talk about Gammas. So I'm gonna do a post about Gammas. Yes, you are very secure. You have absolutely no need for external validation. You are probably the most secure. I mean, look, guy, look. That's what he thinks he looks like. That's what he looks like. You're definitely not cruising for external validation. Absolutely not. All right. It's time for everybody to put their condom on because we are about to do the money shot. I don't know how long this is going to take. Why? Because there's a quiz involved. There's a quiz. All right, let's do it. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you sitting down, boys? Here it comes. Just saying, he might be a little bit effeminate. And here it comes. According to scientists, the SSH has been publicly accepted as, ladies and gentlemen, friends and enemies, settled science in all capital letters. The only thing he forgot was the exclamation mark. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and enemies, there is no such thing as settled science. As someone who worked in biomedical research for 8 fucking years, there is no settled science. Science cannot settle things. Science. This is not an opinion. I am not stating an opinion. This is not an opinion. Science, the scientific process, does not prove anything. If this is news to you, I'm sorry that you've made it this long in your life being uninformed, being lied to. This is not an opinion. Do you understand what the fuck I'm saying? Science is a process. Science, you come up with a theory or thesis, whichever you want to call it. Give it theory. Say, I think X causes Y. You then do controlled experiments, and through the controlled experiments, you will get, as the results of your experiments, one of two things. It is a fucking binary. Well, actually, it's kind of not. You could get inconclusive results. You could get inconclusive results. It's a trinary. It's actually a trinary. You can get inconclusive results. You can get results that support your theory, Or you can get results that disprove your theory. If you say X is caused by Y and only X causes Y, and then you do a series of experiments and you find that B also causes Y, well, you have disproven your theory. But you cannot prove any scientific theory. This is not possible. Science does not do that. Anyone who tells you it does is a fucking retard. There is no settled science. This does not exist. This is a thing women invented in order to get what they want without consequences. Anyone who uses the phrase settled science is a fucking retard. Teddy Spaghetti will never understand what I just said because he's locked himself in to having to always be right about everything because he's a snow leopard. And if you critique anything he's saying, you're just a retarded gamma. I myself, at one time, used to think that science proved things. It doesn't. It can't. You're fucking welcome. So here's his little 6 categories of men infographic, right? The alpha, the leader, successful with women. The Bravo, he's the lieutenant. He's well liked by women. The Delta, he's the worker. He's exploited by women. Sometimes the Gamma, he's the intellectuals. He's dismissed by women. That actually might be me. The Omega, he's the bottom of the hierarchy. He's unpopular with women. And then there's Ma Sigma. Oh, Ma Sigma, he's the lone wolf. And he's successful with women. Competent with no interest in leading. Or maybe he just isn't capable of leading. Now, here's the funny, remember, Vox thinks he's a Sigma. James Bond, Batman. He literally, guys, he thinks he's Batman. Teddy Spaghetti thinks he's Batman. Remember, you girls didn't do this. You girls did other things. Remember, boys, don't tell me you didn't do it. We got a great one. I never did that. No, you go lie to somebody else, motherfucker. Boys, remember when you were a kid and you'd get a bath towel and you'd put it over your shoulders and you'd get a safety pin and you'd safety pin it together around your neck and then you'd run around like the bath towel was a cape and you'd pretend to be a superhero? Teddy is like 50-something years old and that's what he's doing. He's running around with a towel safety pinned around his neck pretending he's Batman. Because he's Batman. I can't say he's James Bond because Andrew Tate is James Bond. Remember that video I made fun of that where Andrew Tate goes, I'm real James Bond. I can't do a good Andrew Tate. I'm the real James Bond. I'm the closest thing to James Bond in real life. I'm like, dude, you don't even have a fucking chin. You don't have hair or a chin. You're not James Bond. James Bond has hair and a chin. You have neither. Teddy Spaghetti literally thinks he's Batman. Oh, it gets better. A UK newspaper called the Daily Mail has run a piece on the SSA, blah, blah. All right, scientists, guys, scientists say all men fit into 6 categories. Take the test to see. Take the test? Oh, my friends. And here's his little, here it is again. Just to make, see, again, that's him. That's what he thinks he looks like. See, don't mind me. I'm just sitting here sciencing as Sigmas do. Sciencing. Sigmas. Look, that's what that he thinks that's him. Sciencing. Guys, this is what Sigmas do. They take words that are not verbs and turn them into verbs. That's what Sigmas do. No. That's what women do. That's why women say things like, oh, I don't want to be adulting today. Sciencing, 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 sciencing. It's a fucking verb. This is effeminate. This is not masculine. I'm sciencing. Don't mind me. I'm just sitting here sciencing as Sigmas do. Oh my God. This is gayer than fuck. Dude, this is more gay than sucking the dick of a male model. This is fucking gay. Oh, look, more Latin. Oh God, look guys, my IQ is 205. Look how smart I am. Don't mind me. I'm just sitting here sciencing as Sigmas do. Oh, God. Theo, you're a fucking faggot. You're a goddamn faggot. You are so fucking effeminate. It's disgusting to me. You think not? God, Theo, this is 3 hours and 50 fucking minutes of me talking about how fucking effeminate you are. You think this is a goddamn joke? You are more woman than half the women I know. I'm sciencing. All right, kids. The male hierarchy test. Let's do it. Let's go. The male hierarchy test. Link will be in the show notes. Boys, I expect all of you to take the test and let me know where you're at. And I don't discriminate against the girls. Girls, you can take the test. Girls, take the test. Serious. Kate, literal Hitler fangirl, take the test. I would love to know how you score on that. I have not taken the test. I do not know where I'm going to end up. I don't know what the questions are. Here we go. I am willing to risk failure for the sake of big gains. God, it's a fucking slider. Oh, this is retarded. I mean, all right, I don't, not all the time, but I mean, I would say that. I'm assuming I'm going to assume neutral, agree, strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree, or, say, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't really explain, but I mean, so neutral, sometimes, often, well, that would make it 50-50, 25% of the time, 0% of the time. I'm trying to think how to interpret this. So 50% of the time I'll do it, 75% of the time I do it, 100% of the time I do it. All right, anyway, we got to go with it. We can't over-intellectualize everything. I mean, we can, but you're never going to get anywhere. I'd like to leave my fucking house today and maybe go get some ice cream and, I don't know, might see a cute girl or something. And since I'm not a motherfucking snow leopard, I actually like women because I have social skills. I can actually speak to them. Excited to throw myself at new projects even though I haven't finished previous ones. Oh, God, you got me fucking open things I have going on right now. Oh, I appear shy and reserved, but am passionate on the inside. Passionate. I hate that fucking word. God, I hate that word. That's actually, I mean, yeah, I'd put myself there, I guess. That's fairly accurate. I do not panic easily. I'm not in a lot of situations where I need to panic. I do not panic easily. Man. See, I'm overthinking all. What panic? What exactly do we mean by panic? What's panicking? I'm usually pretty good at keeping my cool. I'm going to go with that. I kind of question. There should be tick marks in between. I obey only the laws and rules that seem sensible. No, I obey the laws and rules that keep me from getting arrested or ticketed. Are we talking about government laws and rules or organizational laws and rules? Yeah, all right, I'm just going to leave that one in the middle. I use insincere flattery to smooth things over. No, that has never happened. I reward people generously if they do what I say. No. Why would, no. They do, reward people generously if they do what I say. I'm not sure how that even applies to anything. If someone does what I say, I was probably telling them to do it for a good reason, and the reward would be the result. No, I have no idea. It's important to me that I'm seen as a leader at all times. Absolutely not. I've talked about this many times on my podcast. In any given situation, whomever is the leader should be the person most qualified to be the leader based on the task that the leading applies to. I will be the leader. I have been the leader. I will take command. I don't need to take command, and I certainly don't need to be seen as the leader. I can be the leader with nobody knowing that I'm in command. So, shit. Wait. How can I go back? You can't go back? I fucked that up. Can I go back? Oh, man. Because I needed to go disagree. All right, let me see if we can start over. This is terribly designed. Let me see if I can start over. I mean, it's my fault for fucking up. Weak. All right, I may have to go back and do it again. We'll see what happens. That should have been a full disagree. I often reassure others when they are stressed out, providing them with a path forward. Often reassure others when they are stressed out, providing them with a path forward. I don't know that I do that. I mean, I might do that occasionally. I fight back when someone disrespects me. This is like some Eric July shit. You gotta respect me. I kind of don't give a shit if someone, quote unquote, disrespects me. I mean, in some cases, maybe. Need reassurance from others. Yeah, if I needed reassurance from other people, I'd be dead. Paying attention to radical or bizarre ideas is generally a waste of time. What the fuck? Paying attention to radical or bizarre ideas. This is a stupid question. Boy, I mean, what's a radical or bizarre idea? White nationalism or diversity? I mean, this is a dumb question. I take a positive attitude towards myself. Not all the time. Not all the time at all, but maybe more often than not. When something unforeseen happens, I quickly commit to a solution. It depends on what the time frame is, but usually if something I'll usually commit to a solution. Steal $1 million if I had 99%. Yes, absolutely. I am ambitious and driven to win. Boy, I mean, a little, yeah. Man, there are a lot of times I just don't give a fuck. Boy, this one's actually kind of tough. I mean, I'm ambitious and driven to win when it really counts. But I mean, I don't have to get in a pissing contest with everyone on Earth. I'm going to leave it in the middle. All right, come on, internet. What the fuck? Okay, I enjoy all sorts of competitions and always go for the win. No, I enjoy competition. I don't have to always win. I enjoy competitions. I don't have to. I'm going to go with that. I might be willing to take a punch if it meant somebody I didn't like received 2 punches. Yeah, I mean, there's scenarios I could see me doing that. Helping others by doing good deeds. Okay, are these others? See, what do you mean by others? Do you mean like my friends, or do you mean like niggers from third world Africa? Like, what does this mean? I'm going to leave that one in the neutral. Being in debt doesn't worry me as long as I can see a way out of it. I'm not in debt, but yeah, if you have a path out of it, I don't think it's a big deal. Just in case you're wondering, I'm sciencing right now. We're sciencing. This is us sciencing together. All right, question 21. If something I said was theoretically right, it's not my fault if the practical consequences were not as expected. Whoa, that sounds fucking what? That sounds very effeminate. If something I said was theoretically right, it's not my fault if the practical consequences were not as expected. Okay, that's only if you're a woman. My future looks uncertain. Dude, we're being invaded by niggers and the Jews control everything and the economy is shit. Yeah, I can easily be made to feel anxious. I don't know. The only things that really make me feel anxious is idiots that I can't kill, niggers that I can't kill, and sometimes really cute girls. I'm not going to lie about it. I have a preference for theory and abstractions that may come across as distant or professorial. I don't think so. If I oppose the election of a politician, I would gladly see them fail even if their failure hurt my community. If I opposed the election of a politician, I'd be glad to see them fail, even if their failure hurt my community. But when they're I would be opposed to the election. I would be opposed to the politician because the success would hurt the community more. This is kind of a dumb question. These are dumb questions. I demand a lot from the people around me. I don't think so, but they certainly think so. I expect people to actually be competent at things. Actually, I don't. I expect no competence at all. I expect everyone around me to be a moron. For the most part, I'm going to go with not everyone. The people I work with, I expect, but everyone who, other than that, they're morons. I expect that. I do a lot of favors for people without getting much in return. No, I wouldn't say that's true. I do stuff for people, but I do get things in return. I wouldn't say that's true at all. All right, what's going on here? I sometimes spend more time fine-tuning definitions, concept, or techniques than is probably prudent. Yeah, that's way me. Yes, overthink the fuck out of everything. If a friend and I owned a car together, I found, no, that's fucking retarded. I sometimes demand more for my work than I otherwise would. Sometimes I demand more for my work than I would if I know the employer is in a bind or has no other alternative. Oh, like price gouging or something. I don't know that I've ever been in that scenario. Would I do that if I was in that scenario? I might. I guess I'll go with that. All right. I often forgive those who have wronged me, no, I don't forgive anybody. Absolutely not. All right, let's see how gamma I am. Here it comes. Yeah, we're going to find out. Watch. I mean, gamma. Gamma with a capital G. Retarded gamma criminal. Like Adam Piggott. Holy shit. I can't believe Adam got fucking arrested for whatever that was he was arrested for. Oh my God, I'm a fucking Sigma. Oh! Remember, guys, your self-evaluation doesn't matter, but this test that I've linked to that says proves the SSH as settled science, okay? Because I'm so Sigma, I'm over here sciencing, all right? This test that I linked to that tells you, look at, oh, no, don't make me do this again. Is it? Come on. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Really? How am I supposed to gloat about being a fucking snow leopard? Come on. Whew, there it is. Whew. Look, Sigma. You're welcome. Sigma, Gamma, and Delta almost tied. A little bit more Gamma than Delta. And then Bravo. And then Omega. And look, my lowest ranking is Alpha. Which, I mean, okay, if he's right, if Sigma is kind of, not the opposite, but if Sigma, in a way, Sigma is opposed to the Alpha, then that would actually make sense. Like if you ranked high in Alpha, you would naturally rank low, I think, in Sigma. Because according to his hierarchy, right, the attractiveness, the appeal you have to women is the same, but what's different is how you relate to society or other people or whatever. So I can see how alphas, like, that seems right to me, that you wouldn't have somebody who's high in Sigma and high in Alpha. That makes a lot of sense. You are most like a Sigma in the masculine social hierarchy. There it is, boys and girls. I am a confirmed snow leopard. You're welcome. Now I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to go enjoy my fucking life. And I encourage you to go enjoy your life. Everybody have a great time. Thanks for listening. I hope you had fun. I had fun. I had a good time. I hope you had a good time. Teddy Spaghetti is an effeminate faggot who sucked a dick when he was in college. I'm a Sigma. Death to race traitors. Catch you cats on the flip side.